Do we have a timer? Okay. No? We're ready? So thank you so much to everyone who's come here to join us for this panel on Europe's new security architecture post-Helsinki. Now, of course, I have a feeling we'll all be speaking about Europe's security architecture post-Ukrainian invasion, but nevertheless, we are also going to take a longer range of time. I'm Terry Schultz. I'm a journalist in Brussels covering the European Union and NATO for many years now, and I would like to thank the forum for having me here. I have never, ever been moderating something where I was so likely to look out the window and completely forget what else I was doing. Honestly, it's so gorgeous. I can't even believe it. So I'm very pleased to be here also for more substantive reasons than that, and joined by a panel of experts, and you will notice that we have a very large panel of experts, and we will also have Baiba Braise joining us from NATO headquarters, I believe. And so we are going to make it a priority to engage you. This is the Strategic Forum's priority. It's also my priority as a journalist. So we are going to have opening comments and questions from my panelists here, and then we are going to speak with you. So prepare your questions for my panel. And God knows there's enough of them, right? The threats being faced by Europe today, both NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg and the EU Foreign Policy Chief say that it's the most dangerous moment for Europe in a generation. And so there are certainly a lot of things that we need to look at and that we need to talk about today. It's not just Russia, of course, a rising China, a potentially nuclearizing Iran, a burning planet, a freezing winter. It feels like the list of threats is endless. Hopefully we'll get some innovative ideas here for how Europe can work on this together and also with the United States. So joining us from Brussels, and I'm hoping that Baiba is here. I really don't know. Ah, there she is. Hi, Baiba. She's
Hello.
back. Hey, you don't get this view. Ah, there you are also.
But I see you all.
You should have come, Baiba. The window, out the window.
Sorry not to be there in person, but it was logistically impossible this time, next time.
I understand. Very glad to have you here. So Baiba Braise is the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO, and she will also be on other panels throughout the day, so we're really lucky to have her spending the day with us here today. Then Timo Blenk. He is a partner and CEO from Agora Strategy Group in Germany. Damir Chernetchis. Did I get it? Oh, geez. I practiced so much. No, I really did. Chernetchis. And my assistant is going to be so disappointed in me. I had it. He is a state secretary in the Defense Ministry here in Slovenia. Jörn Fleck, acting director of the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council. Tinatin Kirasheli, chairperson of Civic Idea in Georgia. And Smiljana Knez, I got that one. Advisor to the president of the Republic of Slovenia on Foreign Affairs, and Guillaume Olanier. He has a very long title. Head of the Department for Europe, North America, and Multilateral Affairs, DG for International Relations and Strategy, and Ministry for the Armed Forces of the French Republic. So expectations are very high of you, Guillaume, to be able to answer literally everything I want to know about France. Okay, so, and we are going to be joined also by our active listener, Ivo Weigel will be actively listening and will also contribute to our panel. So we have a lot to cover here today. There are longer bios on the website if you wish to know more about any of us, but I didn't want to spend our time that way. So we're going to start back in Brussels, Baiba, with you and NATO. Obviously, NATO is not part of the new security architecture, although we know that the alliance has, of course, reconfigured itself dramatically in recent years and even more so in recent months. And I'd like to know from you, what more can European institutions do to help NATO as the backbone of European defense? Where do you see partnerships going? If we need a new security architecture, everyone has to pitch in. Thank you, Baiba.
Thanks, Terry, and thanks to our generous hosts, Slovenia, for organizing these rich discussions. We've been able to take a look at some of the other panels, and it's very impressive. Answering your question, I think it's very clear, and we have seen that from the data here and globally, is that, of course, the commitment and interest in NATO from the allies, from the global community, has been unprecedented. So the NATO's mandate, the protection and defense of our 1 billion citizens in the Euro-Atlantic space, is stronger than ever. And we see that also in the new strategic concept, which not only provides this commitment, if necessary, to have both this political cohesion, joint threat assessment, understanding what the world looks like at a time when military force is used against a country without it being provoked, that NATO is indeed united and also ready to defend against these all threats. So there is joint threat assessment, there is political cohesion, and there is readiness to defend that vision that we stand for. And that vision, let me say, it's actually interesting. I suggest that everyone reads NATO's strategic concept, and not only we diagnose that threat, there's a new definition for Russia, which presents clearly the main threat to the Euro-Atlantic security, but also other challenges, be it hybrid threats, of course, terrorism, but also challenge of China and others. But there's also a vision for the future that the allies have decided upon. And let me just read. We want to live in a world where sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights, and international law are respected, and where each country can choose its own path, free from aggression, coercion, or subversion. We work with all who share these goals. We stand together as allies to defend our freedom and contribute to a more peaceful world. And what it means, indeed, that for all organizations, be it European, Euro-Atlantic, such as OSCE or OECD or others, that there is a place in sharing this vision, where NATO is mandated, of course, if necessary, to defend our citizens, to defend our way of life, also with military force, not just political military alliance. Then all the others have a role to play in creating, indeed, and ensuring the support for Ukraine's ability and will to defend itself, to have engagement globally with partners wherever they are across the world, to make sure that countries with similar values, with joint understanding what is the rules-based international system, so important not only for our societies, but also trade economies, that it's maintained, but also to make sure that those countries who are not necessarily exactly around the same values, but who still value international system, know what we are doing, whether that's NATO, EU, OSCE, or others, and that we engage them, we get them on board to defend that rules-based international system. So from that perspective, I cannot say that there is a new security architecture. The security architecture that we established after the Second World War is as valid as it is. But indeed, everyone has a role to play. EU has done great, providing both strategic perspective for Ukraine's European ambitions, ensuring tariff-free trade with Ukraine, and I hope that is prolonged, providing assistance. OSCE has done its share. Obviously, it's a consensus-based organization, so politically much more difficult, but in practical terms, they've been able to do certain things. OECD also looking at how to support Ukraine. So there are various angles in how we all can share that rules-based international system, which has ensured not only security, but also prosperity for our countries. And in that respect, we think that our citizens should ask that from our leaders, that they really commit and continue implementing what they have committed to, because that is in our own interests.
Thank you very much, and we will be talking more about other institutions here on the panel, but first I'm going to add another threat. Timo, you say it's not only the military we need to worry about, it's economic warfare, and as Baiba touched on, the NATO strategic concept this time for the first time mentions China, but it's not only China, is it? So what more does Europe need to worry about, Timo?
Thank you very much, Terry. So I'm happy to do some remarks on that, and thanks for having me, and thanks everyone for listening. So I think it has become clear also here at the forum that the Russian attack on Ukraine is not a single-out event, but it's a part of a larger development, strategic development of strategic rivalry of Western democracies with authoritarian states. And this, of course, also affects China. At the same time, we've seen during the last 20 years a higher frequency of crisis, be it sovereign debt, financial crisis, pandemic whatsoever, but main drivers are geopolitical and geoeconomic. And thus, a security architecture, of course, includes companies and businesses to a large extent. And just to give you a few examples, and you all know that the sanction system, counter-sanctions, but also energy resources, dependence on gas, natural supply, whatsoever, to a large degree also the cyber domain, but, and this is most relevant, the high dependency of European companies of resources which are not in Europe, not in Slovenia, not in Germany, not in France, and we need them still. So what does this mean? How do we actually integrate this economic pillar in a post-Helsinki architecture? So just to throw in 3 examples, and we can debate on the rest in the discussion. I think the first thing which is truly relevant is ensuring raw material supply from countries where we need them, and this means forging strategic partnerships with countries, for example, in Africa, could be also Southeast Asia. And for that, foreign aid, and that might not be a popular answer, but foreign aid and infrastructure initiatives like the European Global Gateway initiatives have to be linked to foreign politics. And they have to be linked to countries where the EU, France, Germany, all the countries here have a strategic interest to. So I don't want to say not the other states, but it has to be more strategic. The second point is, of course, strengthening supply chain resilience and trade routes. Also, if LNG comes from Qatar and it goes through the Strait of Hormuz, it's only 38 kilometers in length at the narrowest point. It's a heavy bottleneck which needs to be considered. So for that we need quick reaction forces, naval forces, fast deployment forces, and therefore NATO has not a mandate, so we need a European answer to that, and I'm sure that my co-panelists have more to say on that, but I think it's worth thinking about that. And the last point on that is, of course, strengthening independent key industries. You know them all, they're listed in the strategic compass of the EU. It goes far beyond semiconductors and others, but it also means that we have to prevent countries from outside the EU, be it also the US with elections upcoming or China, to acquire significant shares in core European businesses. And this is also not the most popular answer in a globalized world, but this is something I think which really needs to be considered. France has gone farther than Germany in that regard, but for the key industry areas, this is something which has to be on the plate and also considered in the toolbox of economic warfare. I stop here. And thank you very much.
But this is, in fact, something that both the European Union and NATO have taken up, control of key resources, especially key strategic resources by, for example, I hate to hit on China again, but this is something that has been addressed in the last couple of years, hasn't it? I mean, they're doing better.
Yes, it has been addressed, but it has not been realized. And it's tough to realize, I totally see that. And companies have to do their own fair share of it, so I don't want to blame any government. Company has to do lots of stuff in terms of reorganization, their international architecture, sometimes making a decision between markets, withdrawing from China or the US whatsoever, but it has to be on the plate, and there has to be a stronger alignment between European states. And we see how difficult sanctions towards Russia are in the discussions from package 1 to 6, even within the EU, which is the core states which will all be on the same page. But it's heavy. And it's getting heavier in many regards. So I'm glad we have this discussion.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Damir, coming back to you, this puts a lot of weight on member governments, both a member of the European Union and of NATO. What does, when a small state is looking at what they can do and how they must contribute and how much they need this security from the international organizations, what is the perspective?
Thank you, Terry, for the question. Nice to be here back in Bled. Yes, when you ask me what I would like to kind of talk about today, Slovenian or small state perspective is the one I want to mention. And for the start, I would like to do a very brief historical flashback through the Slovenian perspective, which is also Slovenian or European-centric view. And what we are talking about today, basically European-centric view on the world, the whole discussion that we are having. So in 91, Slovenia was in war, and with the war, we gained our independence, as you know. It was a classical, typical war. It was short, but it was war. And then in the 1990s, we had, as you remember, Yugoslav wars in the Balkans. To end those, NATO intervention, US intervention was needed. And in 99, with the Kosovo crisis, things happened once again. And after that, we thought that conventional conflict, war between the states in Europe, it's not possible. We heard the story, or we wrote this, we read essay, Kagan's essay about Venus and Mars, who is from where, after the Iraqi intervention. And in 2001, after 9/11, everybody stepped back. But in 2003, as we know, this international coalition came apart. Yesterday we heard about this fatigue, whether in Ukraine or in the EU and NATO member states. And Prime Minister Rama was very clear about it. There is no alternative to the small states. Now, when things so dramatically changed after this war in 2022, and for Slovenia, it's very clear. We decided after 91 war that our strategic goal and aim is to be NATO member, to be European Union member. And now we have the title about the new security architecture, but actually we are talking about the old-fashioned collective defense and realization that basically Sweden and Finland realized their neutrality concept. It's not working for them anymore. And when I was a young student in 1990s, I was listening, hearing about this concept, how this is the best solution for small states or mid-sized states. But
to be neutral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody thought that in 2022 we will have like this strategic change. And of course, we can talk about the consequences, they were mentioned after geopolitical consequences, but I'd like to stay with the topic on the small state perspective and to say just at the end, what we are doing as Slovenia, enhance forward presence of the NATO. I've been just recently to Latvia and to Slovakia, where we have the Slovenian troops there. And what they are actually doing, they are preparing for the old-fashioned, again, warfare.
That's true.
In between, Slovenian armed forces were evolved into the conflict, whatever peacekeeping operations, missions, Article 6, 6.5, 7 of the UN Charter, but not a classical warfare operations. And how things are connected or tied in this cooperation, I will just show you with this example that just when we came back in June, or in July, actually it was June, July, we had fires in Slovenia. And we were there with the Slovakian counterparts, seeing Slovenian company doing the classical warfare activities within the battalion battle group. And when we came back, Slovakian helicopter came to help us with the fires we have in the Kars region of the western part of Slovenia, and they were combined the people from military and for internal affairs. So this kind of, and this is all the benefits of the being of this broader alliance. So you can go from the collective defense, being part of the mission operations abroad, and then of course at the end of the day also while doing the civil protection rescue missions for your people back home.
Okay, it is interesting that there has been a return to old-fashioned warfare techniques, putting more enhanced forward presence now in the Eastern European border states. At the same time, we should point out that there is the Center for Countering Disinformation, the Hybrid Warfare Center in Helsinki. So, I mean, they're definitely fighting on multiple fronts here. And coming now across the pond, Jørgen Fleck from the Atlantic Council. Jørgen, let's have a dose of the U.S. view here. When you hear this, all the challenges being faced by Europe, the U.S. has been pushing for these realizations, sometimes not quite so elegantly when we're talking about Europe, at times, past times. But I mean, what is the view from Washington right now? Has Europe now stepped up significantly to cover its own defensive needs?
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for having me. A huge thank you to the Bled Strategic Forum and especially Katja, who I see back there. Big shout out from the Atlantic Council. To your question, Terry, I think the real question is in President Biden's work, is America really back? And I think the short answer is yes, but for how long? Back in Europe, right? As Ambassador Fried, our distinguished fellow, always likes to say, this administration is probably the most transatlantic US administration since George H.W. Bush. You've already referred to some more challenging time in the interim. But I think we've seen a huge surge in US engagement in Europe, obviously, from day one, really, of the administration, doubling down on transatlantic partnership, then certainly around Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the military engagement surged by 20,000 troops, diplomatic, political capital, and diplomatic engagement that we've seen. I think even if we take this, yes, America is back in Europe and committed, I think it sets us up, this whole focus on transatlantic unity that we've seen that is unprecedented, sets us up for, I think, 3 pretty tempting traps that we should not be lured into as we chart out the future. One is that the United States somehow can create the future security architecture for Europe. I think Asia is still calling. China is still seen as the principal strategic long-term threat and challenger. And I think this pivot to Asia is been slowed down by this, but I think in the long term, no one expects the US to keep up that level of engagement that we're seeing right now.
In Europe.
In Europe. That's number one. And I think we saw a little glimpse of that even with Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and the attention and the resources that already diverted, even if for a brief moment, away from the attention on Ukraine and Russia's challenge. So Europe shouldn't assume that the US can maintain that level of engagement in the long term. I think secondly, flip side of that is Europe will have to do the hard work of rebalancing transatlantic security and defense. We've talked about that for a long time. We know what the challenges are really around capabilities, readiness, mobility, sustainability of forces, and this focus on actual capabilities, I think, is key. You know, our chairman emeritus and former national security advisor and SACEUR, General Jones, always likes to say, you know, vision without resources is hallucination. I think you can say the same thing about strategy and capabilities in many ways. And instead of aspirations, ambitions, strategies, I think Europe this time is on the spot to really deliver on capabilities. And then thirdly, I think this, I don't want to offend any American friends in the audience, but the US also has to maybe adopt a less slightly schizophrenic approach to European defense cooperation. I mean, for the reasons that Timo mentioned, for the reasons that the Assistant Sec Gen mentioned, NATO-EU cooperation will be essential. Bringing in other formats, the Assistant Secretary General mentioned that already, just simply because the challenges are not just hardcore military and defense issues, but they're broader security issues that Timo started talking about. And so this past pattern of maximum pressure on the Europeans for burden sharing and taking strategic responsibility on the one hand, but then sort of having obsessive, full outrage at even the most minuscule European defense cooperation effort, you know, which we've seen in the past, I think is also not sustainable. And the last point here is really that I think we are seeing some good steps in that direction. The Biden administration was the first administration to sort of endorse EU defense cooperation at the June 2021 summit. We also saw this joint dialogue on US-EU defense take off. These are baby steps, but they're steps in the right direction. So I'll stop here.
In a sense, the war in Ukraine now and the US sending reinforcements again may have actually delayed progress on this, though, because Poland has troops. And when I listen to you, I think it'll be news to Poland that those troops that were then given to Poland, which they've been asking for years, would somehow not be permanent.
It's a headquarters, right? It's not, I mean, okay. we can parse that.
And the word permanent may not actually mean permanent, and all of these kind of fudges.
That's true, but I think that's exactly the trap or the illusion I was talking about, right? That because we now have been reminded how essential the United States is to European security and defense, that the next step of Europe actually stepping up does not happen. So I think that's one of the challenges.
Okay, we're going to move on now to a country that very much would like to be taking part in the EU and NATO debates as a country closer to membership than it is. Tinatin, I mean, when I hear countries like Slovenia talk about getting to choose their future, I'm at those NATO meetings when every time the journalists are saying, are we getting MAP, are we getting MAP? And the answer is always no. And again, also a disappointment with EU not offering, the same privileges as have been offered to Ukraine and even Moldova. So I'm very interested to hear from you. Where does a country like Georgia, which very much wants to step up and be even more of a European partner, where do you see this new security architecture? And do you fear that you're left out of it?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for having me here. This is a very important debate, obviously, for a country like Georgia. And probably particularly for a country like Georgia, not only because of its aspirations of becoming European Union member or NATO member state, but also because for obvious reason of being on a front line of Russia's aggression.
And having occupied territories.
Having occupied territories and having basically daily activity. Yeah, we do not have today an open fire, heavy artillery war going on our territory, but every day as we speak, there is another territory grabbed or people are kidnapped, another terrible thing happening, just diverting the attention. The whole idea that Russia's policy in Georgia for the last years is to keep us kind of as a hostage of the occupation, that whatever we do, whatever development we plan, whatever 5, 10, 15, 100-year plans we develop, next day something happens that completely diverts our attention and grabs the resources and energy of everybody in the government. So this is why all this talk that we have now about the new security architecture, new security arrangements, new security narratives is obviously critically important for us. Yes, we failed on the European Union part. Here I will be very brief. It's more our fault than European Union's fault. This is the point we are different from NATO. We are not angry on the European Union. We are not as a nation. I mean, we do not feel that European Union failed us, just the other way around. Unfortunately, we did not manage to meet the expectations that were out there for Georgia, and then we've got the result as we've got after the June decision. But when it comes to NATO, same as my Slovenian colleague, I will go in line with him, a little bit of a historical flashback. Yes, 14 years ago at the Bucharest summit, Georgia and Ukraine were offered the membership. And it was seen at that time, actually there were two absolutely contradictory opinions about it, and the society was very much split on that decision of the Bucharest summit. On the one side, obviously, we were expecting much more, and George W. Bush, in this case, was lobbying heavily for Georgia, and we somehow believed that American voice and support was good enough, which unfortunately was not. And then, yeah, at the same time, we've got a promise that no other nation ever got. There was a document by the NATO countries saying that Georgia will become, there was a promise made that Georgia will, and obviously there was an expectation that, okay, 5 years, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Yeah, in Georgia, of course. And NATO will keep this promise. So we are right now. Unfortunately, we still hear now in August 2022 that Russia's aggression in Ukraine was unexpected for some nations. I really never understood it. Why, how is that possible that it was unexpected when not only signs were there, and sometimes you hear that all the signs were there. No, it was not the signs that were there. Actual action was there. Russia is a country that in 2008, and we keep reminding everybody, we are like a broken record now, that it's a country that actually went by force, heavy machinery with tanks and artillery and everything we've ever heard in that old-fashioned warfare, and occupied almost 20% of an independent sovereign country called Georgia. And then we had Crimea in 2014, and still...
Also a surprise.
Yeah, and also somehow a surprise for everybody. And we Georgians were telling to everybody, I was a Minister of Defense of my country, and I remember on every single visit, every single dialogue, every single meeting I ever had, we were telling to everybody that it's going to happen. Russia is not going to stop, exactly the same way as we say right now, that it's going to more is going to happen. If Russia gets an idea, if President Putin gets an idea that he has a game, he will play that game, and he will play that game not only in Ukraine or Georgia or Moldova, but he will play it deeper in Europe, crossing the line, crossing those secured, very secured lines of NATO and European Union. And yeah, sometimes we sound like some people might think that we are silly, we are hallucinating, we are not objective because we look at the world from the reality of my country, but unfortunately, since 2008, everything we've said proved to be true. And everything goes by the scenario as President Putin outlined to all of us already a long time ago in Munich, and somehow nobody, including us at that time, nobody listened to it. So my last point is that when we talk about this new security architecture, I absolutely agree with the Assistant Secretary General. We do not need a new security architecture. What actually we need is more courage on existing security architecture, on existing international organizations, and more will to show to all adversaries, being it Moscow or Beijing or whomever, that whatever is written in those declarations, we are serious about it, and we actually mean when we say that it's all about the democracy, and it's all about the human rights, and it's all about the non-interference of the independent states and non-violation of the borders of independent states, and so on and so forth. This is actually what is missing. I think this courage that today's world needs is missing from those international organizations, because, and I finish with this, we see, and again, we might be very subjective on that, but we see Georgia not as a problem, not as a trouble for the world or NATO or the European Union in this case, but as an opportunity, because it is exactly in Georgia where, in Madrid summit, for example, NATO could have proved that it actually means what it says. By defending Georgia, by getting Georgia on board, that would have been the best answer to Vladimir Putin's policies, that he is not dictating the decision-making rules for NATO, and these are the NATO countries who decide on the merits of the countries. And every paper ever written in Brussels said that we are ready for NATO. There is just political will missing.
Courage needed. Well, I'm sure Biba will be able to talk more about that, but this is a perfect transition into Smiljana, because we have confessed to each other privately that we have a fondness for the OSCE. I lived in Helsinki when it was still the CSCE and covered it, and Smiljana says, wait a minute, what about the OSCE? There's still a lot of capabilities here that are not being used, and now's the moment. Is this the summary? This is an effective summary of what you want to talk about.
Thank you so much. Of course, this unjustifiable war that Russia against Ukraine is a shock of such magnitude that we are all asking ourselves, what about European security in future? What will happen? Before the war, of course, our security stands on a couple of pillars. It is NATO, a lot of discussion about that, on the EU, OSCE, other organizations. And then we are now approaching 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act in 3 years' time. So, and we know, of course, that to get there, to get to Helsinki originally, took a couple of decades, couple of negotiations, couple of, people of goodwill. And for the time being, of course, we cannot see any of this right now. And it is really a question what to do, how to go about it. OSCE has, of course, as you have indicated, mechanisms that should be really of great importance. For example, the National Minority Commissioner is a person who is in the security part, not as a conflict prevention part, not typically as a human rights part. Although the advantage, the added value of OSCE, of course, it is that it has these three baskets and this human security concepts underlining everything. But we are back to hard security, as we have heard a couple of times today and yesterday and so on. And what is even worse, we are back to the basics. And many people have spoken about it yesterday, today. And the title of this Bled Strategic Forum could not be better. And I see OSCE, as one of those organizations that can really help us getting to the power of the rules, not vice versa, not to the rule of the power. So, but it seems, I'm pretty sure that the way how this, the war in Ukraine will unfold will determine to the great extent what will happen afterwards. And we are very, very far from it. And this is, and to the serious thinking, what to do next. Would we return to the history when we will speak, when the main keywords will be, I don't know, containment, deterrence, or will we go after a couple of decades in more detente and, But it seems that we are really thinking, many of us, many of colleagues in the audience, what have we learned from history? Is there anything valuable that we can bring into future discussions? So I admit, I have to confess, I have many more questions than answers, but I believe that the purpose of such meetings is actually to somehow brainstorm, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and to see what can we do together, somehow to remind ourselves, as it was said at the very beginning, of these basic values that we treasure so fondly. And this is it is UN fundamental values also in the NATO, in OSCE, everywhere. But we are now facing the situation that these fundamental values are not respected. As I said, we will see what time will bring, but somehow we should keep this in mind, that the core values are there and we should somehow follow them.
And the OSCE is special. We should also point out that because during normal times, Russia participates.
It is a consensus.
And the US is there. It's a really unique organization. And
indeed, it is, but as it was said, it is a consensus-based. And I believe that, the impression is at least, that in the first years, maybe after the Paris Charter, these mechanisms that OSCE has established really worked somehow as a prevention tool, conflict prevention tool. Although it could be the situation, that they led more to the frozen conflicts than to solve them. It's, a matter of analysis. But we then heard less and less of them. So it is...
I only know the baskets because I'm ancient. Honestly, no, it's not common parlance anymore.
Same here, yeah. We are a little bit ancient. Thank you so much for the word.
Thank you, Smiljana. Now I'm going to turn to Guillaume. As the only nuclear power left in the EU, you've got some leverage there behind you. I mean, and what does France want to do? France is normally the country that when you sit in Brussels wants to talk about defense capacity inside the European Union. Of course, not only in NATO. So what is France thinking now? How can the EU step up and play a stronger role alongside NATO in this biggest crisis in a generation, Guillaume?
Thank you, Terry, and very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Much has been said, which makes my job a little bit easier or tougher. I don't know exactly. My first remark would be that it is a tremendous ambition to speak from architecture nowadays, simply because when it comes to architecture, you need architects. And our deep conviction is that it is completely impossible to think any kind of architecture in Europe as far as security is concerned without Russia. And to my knowledge, I have not perceived any sign, of political willingness to enter into something which could lead to thinking a new security architecture in Europe. And so, for the time being, it is probably beyond our reach to think anything new likely to replace the Helsinki architecture, simply because Russia is there but has left, and we are without any counterpart. The second point, to come back to what you said about France as a nuclear power, one of the last remaining elements of any kind of international security architecture, one of the only pillar which has resisted so far, is the NPT. From even Russia has not gone out. Even if the consultation and the discussion within the P5, the five officially nuclear power, is not easy, even Russia has not contradicted
or the US.
The NPT. Yeah. And so, in our view, it will be, in particular, in that current context of the war in Ukraine, in which nuclear weapons and even civil nuclear plants are openly used as means of threats and blackmailing of Europe, it would be a tremendous mistake for some ideological reasons to contribute in any way, by any manner, to the undermining or jeopardizing of the NPT. And I'm referring, of course, to the Comprehensive Ban Treaty and all initiative trying to install the idea that nuclear weapons are illegal or illicit, simply because it would be a problem for us, France, for example, or maybe Great Britain and the US, but probably not for Russia and China to continue to have nuclear weapons. The third element is, but it has been said, and I do agree, that the range of issues that we have to take into account in terms of security have broadened. In the 70s or 80s, we could conceive a security architecture based on common values, but based on agreements dedicated to the capping of conventional forces, the fighting against the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction based on START 1, START 2, and so on. Nowadays, we see that the main risk, the main threats and challenges that we are facing in France, for example, is hopefully not to receive bombs or to get bombed or anything. The main threats are inflation and the possible long-standing inflation, the possibility that we lack from energy during the winter, or the disruption of the food supply chains. And so we have to broaden the scope of the issues that we have to tackle, which means that we have to broaden also the geographical scope, because European security is deeply rooted in problems outside Europe, and not only in Russia, but far beyond. And so, more than ever, I think that we have to think our security from a very global point of view, and more than ever, and the war in Ukraine was really a perfect example of that, we have to bet and to count on the European Union. We have achieved something tremendous since the launch of the war in Ukraine. Ursula von der Leyen, when she has been nominated as President of the Commission, has said, I want a geopolitical commission, but it turned to be the case. And we have been able to take massive and tremendous sanctions. We have been able to send a strategic signal to Ukraine by giving the country the candidate status. We have been able to use the EPF, the European Peace Facility, which was not dedicated to that kind of use, to help the Ukrainian army to get equipped, and so on. So we have done a lot. We know that all the challenges that we are facing needs the tools and the abilities that we have within the European Union, and so more than ever, and just like TPP has said at the beginning of the panel, the complementarity and the cooperation between EU and NATO is absolutely crucial. I don't know if the point is how the EU can help NATO or how NATO can help the EU, but it doesn't matter. The point is to be very complemented, in particular because, just like it has been said earlier too, and I cannot agree more, the question of the United States and NATO as the cornerstone and the main pillar of the European security is absolutely important, but it's true that if we think in the long term, it is something that we cannot take for granted, including because there are debates in Washington about is it so legitimate that we, United States, do so much for Ukraine? Would it be not wiser to delegate the issue to the European to concentrate more of what we think, on what we think as United States is the main issue, which is not exactly Ukraine, to be honest. And so if we think short term and in the longer term, we really have to count on the European Union, and we are very ready and willing in France to continue to push in favor of EU more and more geopolitical, more and more able to take its fullest part to the security of Europe.
And it really seems to be still, despite advances in EU-NATO cooperation, it just seems that the possibilities should be endless, and they still seem to be sort of underutilized. I'm going to let Ivo come in and share some thoughts, but just one more point. I mean, winter is coming, but presidential elections in the US are coming too, and those should be making people a bit nervous, I think, on the NATO side. Ivo, your active listening.
I was listening as far and as long I was able to analyze what is behind the words which the panelists were saying. I was missing a word about how to reach peace, how to stop the war, which is mother of all troubles we are having now. I think indeed that there were many mistakes made in last 30 years from all Western countries in relations with Russia. We did not use, as Mrs. Kness said, we did not use the capacity of OSCE. We didn't use the capacity and authority of the Council of Europe.
Yeah, we didn't even mention them up here. Think about that.
We had Russia on board all the time. We did not deepen our attention about the problems with minorities. Minorities in Baltic countries, minorities in Ukraine itself, and complicated situations in all adjacent countries to the Russian Federation. Now, it might sound kind of I'm opening the questions which are not exactly the core of today's debate, but I think there are. And I think I deeply agree with all necessities stressed by almost all panelists that Europe has to strengthen cooperation in the field of strategic industry. We have to reach the independence of when it's about high-tech elements which are core of efficient defense capacities. But in 10 years, when I was member of European Parliament, 10 years ago, I was warning about where our trip is going. Do we really need the repetition of Cold War? Did we make the cross over the possibilities to enter with Russia, but not with Russia of Putin, but Russia is a big country and a big nation and has strong intellectual capacities. Did we want and did we do it anything to support these who are today opposing the Putin policy in Russia? Did we do enough to encourage them to build up a quasi-democratic state, which Russia initially seems to be in the time of Kozyrev, I remember, and some other guys, you know, who reflected with the different values, which shared our values. There was a time when there was, you know, what I'm speaking is, I cannot accept the notion that Russia should be seen as an enemy forever. Putin will end his term, so or a different term. But Russia will always be there. And I think we should pay some attention to this, even though it is not popular today to speak about how to reach peace when the war is raging. And I am, of course, 100% persuaded that Ukraine needs our support, our solidarity, and trust that European prospect is something, not just a paper tiger, but something which can help Ukraine to, after the war, once will be over, to reach the prosperity within the European Union.
Thank you very much. Baiba, did you want to come back on any points that or may I open to the audience? Thank you.
I think that we covered very well the various angles of both in terms of the security architecture, but also what it involves, what type of pillars, what type of efforts from a variety, not only the organizations, but groups. There was one element that I did miss in the discussion, which was what we see in Ukraine, and also what NATO and what the EU and others have been working on, including nationally, is the element of resilience. What we see in Ukraine currently is a total comprehensive defense effort by all of Ukraine, not just the whole of government, but the whole of society, where the public sectors, the military, the private sectors, the civil society organizations, media, academia, everybody plays a role. And it's not a coincidence that for quite a while allies, but also NATO as an organization, have been working on making sure how to bring this element also in our national and collective defense thinking. Of course, it's part of the NATO's Article 3, NATO treaties, NATO Statute Article 3, that it's a national responsibility and collective commitment to have that resilience. But de facto, what it means is that there is no more sort of delegations that is just the militaries that defends. It's a whole society, whole country effort where again, the private sector, the civil support to militaries, the various organizations at the civil society levels, the networks, the roots, play a very important role. And again, how it's organized nationally, it's up to the countries. But I think it's important for all participants, for all of us to understand that that is something that we cannot delegate to the governments or cannot delegate to the institutions, that we all have a role to play in defending our values, commitments, and the lifestyles, the democratic way of life that we want to maintain.
And in terms of defense cooperation, the EU defense ministers are just at this very moment as we sit here discussing how to create another training mission for Ukrainians. So this is, again, EU stepping up on a defense capacity, trying to help Ukraine. So there are examples of improvements in taking responsibility on the EU side. I would like to take questions now. I promised this. Maybe I overpromised this. Could I take 3 questions? There have got to be more. Otherwise, we'll just sit up here talking amongst ourselves. This lady, this gentleman, and one more. Okay, we'll start with those 2. And please direct them to the panelists that you would like, or to the entire panel. And introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Blanka Jamnišek. I'm a former ambassador of Slovenia to the UN and OSCE in Vienna. So I'd like to share an experience and address maybe first a comment, sharing the experience, and then a question
but just very briefly,
to all the panelists. Yes, just after Slovenia joined EU and NATO in 2004, we had the privilege of chairing the OSCE in 2005. And those were bad times too, because we started with the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, and then a series of Rose and other revolutions in the Central Asian states continued. And we didn't have the budget approved. The Russians were considering leaving the OSCE at the time. So it was not an easy start for a tiny country like ours, for the first time chairing the largest regional organization in the world, which had 55 participating states at the time, and having the big Russia on one side, the US, EU, and everybody in between, to find common ground. And this debate today reminds me somehow of the questions we had on our minds as we went along on a day-to-day basis. Now, I think we used very simple, basic attitudes like dignity, respect, finding common grounds, and all on the basis of the values of human rights, of respecting human rights and the rule of law. This was also in all our talks with the Russians, and by the way, our foreign minister at the time went, if I remember correctly, 4 or 5 times he went to Moscow. No other chairman in office in the OSCE ever made 4 to 5 trips to Moscow in the year of chairmanship, before us or after us, as far as I recall. So anyway, we were really reaching out in this simple way how to find common sense and keep the Russians on board and try to find ways to overcome the really difficult situations we were facing. By the end of the year, we got their support to have the largest number of ministerial decisions in the human rights basket, in the economic environmental basket, and in the political military. So this was a very good ground to go on. Unfortunately, as was rightly mentioned today, in Munich there were some announcements which we overheard, all of the communities, I mean all of the West. And in 2008, part of Georgia was occupied. In 2014, and I was ambassador then in Vienna, it was Crimea. We were all shocked, but rightly already said, there were so many signs that this is going to happen. And we overlooked signs also after 2014. So these processes don't happen overnight, although I heard that Putin decided overnight to occupy Crimea, and even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Russia was surprised, about this. But anyhow,
so would your recommendation be that we go back to that?
No, my recommendation is to find ways, back to the basics again, find ways, not cut all the ties, find ways diplomatically, of course support Ukraine, there's no question in that, but find ways how to overcome these terrifying situations which we don't know the end of, we don't know how far this pathology can go on. And the question to the panelists is, what is your opinion how to reach out, how to find a way out of this? Just as Mr. Ivo Weigel said, you know, we all have pretty much the same analysis, how we got here and what's going on, but the big question is the future, because it affects us all. So this is my comment and question.
The big
Thank
question.
you very much. Sorry
and
for
the gentleman. I have one more quick question here, and then I'll take one more, and then I'm getting nervous on time.
Andrei Novak, European Cosmopolitan, Germany. I'd like to comment the dream of collaboration with Russia before I get to my question.
Just very briefly, sir, because
yes.
I would really like to get a lot of questions.
I think most of us whose memory goes back to Gorbachev and Kozyrev have probably dreamt this dream, but unfortunately even that dream has been weaponized to subvert us and our societies in Putin's hybrid war against us. And it has been mentioned that Slovenia's war has been brief, one of the reasons being that the Yugoslav or Serbian secret services did not succeed in disarming Slovenia before this war happened, unlike in Croatia. So Putin has walked away from the table, has gone back to hard power, and he's using killers on the streets of Berlin and in the UK and operating out of France. So the threat is here, and it's of course also in Ukraine. And by now we have leaders talking the talk that Ukraine must win. We are hearing it from Chancellor Scholz. We heard it yesterday from Ursula von der Leyen. But I think we still need to see them do the walk as well, because right now Ukraine is forced to do the counteroffensive to prevent 1,000 new Buchas without Western tanks, without Western air defense systems, and without Western fighter jets. So I want to ask primarily Mr. Olanier and also Mr. Fleck when this might be changing. Thank you.
Last question. So when are the heavy weapons arriving? The heavier weapons.
Thank you very much.
The tanks.
Heinrich Kräfte, I'm a German diplomat, but currently a professor at Andras University, Budapest. My question goes to the American and to the French on the panel. The US is pivoting to Asia, and Russia is most likely being a threat for a long, long time for the rest of Europe. Do we have to rethink nuclear strategy?
Okay, I saw you making notes, Emiliano. You wanted to answer. How do we get out of this?
No, I don't have any recipe. How do we get out of this? Of course, as it was mentioned, we have to learn from the past. We have to remind ourselves of what has been happening before. But at the same time, this war, this invasion, this decision to invade fully fledged independent sovereign country is really of such a magnitude that it forces us to think about our fundamental values much more than it was before, many times before. And when it comes to the need to talk, of course, you know, when listening to my heart, I would always say yes. But then there are other elements, and we are somehow witnessing the efforts of a NATO member, Turkey, which is facilitating the talks and achieving at least some results although partially. We listened to the Minister Çavuşoğlu yesterday. He didn't sound very optimistic. So there are channels of communication. But as I said, the way how this war, this war will unfold, will determine to a great extent of how we will speak with Russia, how we will try to find the new European architecture, although the term is probably not the best at this moment. Very briefly, because we don't have time.
Baiba, a question for you from me. There haven't been any talks since the war started with Russia. I mean, how big of a problem is this that there are no more NATO-Russia Council meetings? Is there an invitation open? Would NATO still speak to Russia if Moscow were willing?
I think we did everything that we could as a situation to prevent. It was the NATO-Russia Council in mid-January. It was open and frank and, very direct exchange. So in that respect, there is no qualms that we didn't attempt really to prevent this bloodshed, this unprovoked war. But we also have to be very clear that in the current situation, where Russia is really waging a war to eliminate a country from the surface of Earth, eliminate a nation, the country of Ukraine and Ukrainians as a nation, it's very difficult to imagine a dialogue with this regime. There is never no to a dialogue, but in the current situation of warfare being conducted against a peaceful country that had done nothing wrong is very difficult to imagine. And also that's why I think we have to reformulate the question, not how to stop the war, but how to ensure Ukrainian victory, where all of us have to be very much behind that angle, because that means a victory for the rules-based international order. Everything we stand for as democracies, as countries that want to continue our peaceful lifestyle.
Which is also why NATO calls for allies to continue supplying weapons to Ukraine, because that is the buffer. Ukraine is, as everyone mentioned, standing between everyone else and Russia. Since we have 5 minutes left, I'm going to give everybody, some of you have been asked questions directly from the audience. I would ask you to give me some final remarks and wrap up anything you'd like to reflect on our questions. Yes, go ahead. I'll start with you.
Thanks. Just a few comments. I think just want to emphasize every word which has just been said by the Assistant General, Secretary General, Section. And also, I mean, it is very clear that this was a Russian aggression. I totally do not agree with your analysis, Ivo. I think it's wrong from the beginning. It's a Russian attack. Every people should have the right to go in that direction they want to go. And even if they would agree on basic human rights, Buja and others just show the irony, so Russia can agree on whatsoever. If they don't implement it, that goes for nothing. And this should be very clear. In terms of economic warfare, because I started with that, there's still room for improvement. So, for example, there are points where we could hit Russia where it hurts, and if you start a negotiation, you should always start from a position of strength and power, so that you don't come and ask for a favor. Please don't invade Ukraine. That's just absurd. So, for example, in terms of nuclear and France, with Rosatom and nuclear supply from Russia to France, I think there can be made cuts which hurts Russia. In terms of sanctions, Russia is gaining more money with lesser gas that they still sell. They cannot sell gas to China because they don't have the pipeline, so there is no other, there are no other countries which can actually just substitute supply from Europe and from Germany. I know this is hard, but there are efforts which are partly working and we go down this direction, but this can be improved and there are necessary hard cuts. And Edi Rama did mention that, and I think in Germany the public is split maybe, but there is also strong willingness to proceed. And so there's still room for improvement, and we should go this way. And if there's a regime change in Russia, would be fine, but also, and I say that also very clearly, as I'm not a diplomat, I can be frank, in terms of all what we get from Russia, a large majority of the population seems to stand behind the regime, and the intellectual Russians, which you mentioned before, are rather fleeing the country, going to Istanbul, going to other countries in Europe, and so we have rather the Iranization of Russia and also the cooperation with Iran and Russia, which is kind of ironic, but also seems to proceed.
Thank you very much. Guillaume, you had a couple questions at you.
No, maybe just to pick up the easy question of how to end the war, which is obviously what we have.
Just take care of it for all the rest of us.
I do not have the answer, of course, in particular because I'm not Ukrainian nor Russian, so I have not all the keys. What is sure is that we can obviously hope that Ukraine will prevail, but it won't be easy. At the very least, we can make all that it takes to get sure that Moscow cannot win. And if we succeed in being credible in our determination collectively to remain cohesive and to impose huge costs and to make sure by all means, all necessary means, which can mean a lot, that never Russia will be able to erase Ukraine from the map of Europe. At the moment, the war will end. And we have to bear in mind too that in history there were two kinds of peace. The peace agreements ending up conflicts, and peace agreements setting, the preliminary and creating conditions for new conflicts. And so we have to solve that conflict, but in a way which will allow one day to have a new security architecture, which means that the idea will be imposed that there can't be any military conflict in Europe because it goes nowhere.
Thank you. Damir?
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. At the end of the day, it's going to be a green table, no doubt about that, just a matter of time. And of course, the question under what conditions the two parties are going to sit around this table, who is going to be in the stronger position. What I'd like to stress about this Russia discussion is that we are facing the challenge or the war now due to the understanding in Russia that only legitimate balance of power is the one deriving from 45. Warsaw Pact and Soviet Union are our legitimate sphere of influence. So we can do whatever we want to do there. But things change after 1990s. And realization, going back to history, is Russia is not here. So they are stuck in year 45 in regards to the balance of power. And Ukraine is now the test example that, yes, of course, you can do the talk. But at the end of the day, it's war or traditional warfare that we are seeing in the Europe, in the center of Europe, in the heartland of the Europe, the one that we are faced with. And at the end of the day, it's in all our interest, and we heard a lot about the values, that values have to prevail, that the value, which is not a value of waging a war, cannot prevail and must not prevail. And with that, we have to address, and this is not much broader topic, of course, with the UN Security Council reform, etc., discussion that we are hearing for decades, that the balance of power from 45 is basically really obsolete. With that, I would like to conclude. Otherwise, we can go into the details.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you. Tina.
Probably just 3 points. First, I completely agree with my German colleague and President Zelensky, who said yesterday that it's Russia's war. This is not only President Putin's war. And as long as we try to figure out some difficult puzzles that, okay, here is President Putin and here is someone else and someone else there in Kremlin who had a different emotion in one of the pictures, we are losing this war. We need to understand very clearly that this is Russia's war. 2008, again, Georgia, even the biggest Russian Democrats supported Putin's aggression against Georgia. And I'm sorry to say that, but that was the case. So it is definitely Russia's war. Two, we say very often, you are absolutely right, we say very often Ukraine should win. But we don't say that often Russia should lose. And I think this is where another problem is. Psychologically, somewhere in our brain, we compromise with this idea. As long as the world leaders start saying exactly the same way as they say today, Ukraine should win, start saying Russia should lose, then Russia will lose, and we will be a step closer to the end of this war, with Russia losing this war. And I know in diplomacy words matter, and every single word matters. And as long as people refrain from saying that, there is a problem that we are facing there. And three, of course, I don't have a magic formula as to how to end the war, but I do know 100% that there are instruments and mechanisms to make some things impossible. And European Union opening its doors to these three countries is one of those instruments now. Russia is not going to start war against Brussels, I mean, literally speaking, war, if Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia are becoming members, are admitted to be members of the European Union. I don't believe that Russia is going to start the war against NATO directly open war against NATO if NATO tomorrow decides to get Georgia on board. Those are the instruments that are, yes, preventive. Does it going to end war tomorrow? Probably no, but does it going to be a clear response to President Putin's policies? Yes, there are issues that we can deal, and we cannot blame everything only on President Putin and because he's so evil and murderer, and we can use all the words that are out there now against him. We are unable to do our job. We all, these countries, inside or outside NATO, European Union, need to do our job to prove that free world prevails. And unfortunately, today, we see some hesitations about this, and of course, in Kremlin, they feel it even more than we do in the rest of the world. Thank you very much once again for having me here.
Very briefly, on the discussion on dialogue with Russia, I think soul-searching and sort of self-reflection is healthy in very modest doses. But at the end of the day, to some of the comments, you know, none of the failures and misunderstandings that might or might not have happened over the last 30, 70 years, whatever you want to pick, do justify an attack on our friends in Ukraine, and or sort of challenging with brute aggression the security architecture that we're discussing. And so dialogue with Russia, I think, is you know, far out in the future. Certainly as long as President Putin is in power, but I think there's a broader problem that you alerted to, Tina. Lessons learned, I think strength and unity. That's the position you want to be in when you engage with Russia. That's probably the only position that goes to our conversation here. That's lessons learned from past decades as well. Heavy weapons, I think there's pressure building in DC, but at the same time, I think there's still that built-in concern about escalation, which leads to the last question. I think we're already seeing that. You know, there are questions about the Biden administration reassessing the nuclear reductions that were promised at the outset. I think some of the Finland and Sweden joining NATO changes, you know, has huge implications for Russia's nuclear posture and posture overall, strategic posture. German purchases of F-35s, you know, directly impact nuclear sharing capabilities. So I think we're already seeing that. But yes, is a more concerted effort to look at that necessary? I agree.
And Madam ASG, I'll give you the last word, although I don't know how you'll top the very strong intervention you just gave before, still ringing in my ears. Russia must lose, right? Oh, we can't hear you.
Short.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just a very short conclusion. So we are very clear is that we need honesty, commitment, and resilience. The honesty that decisions we have made, whether on defense spending capabilities, the centrality of security to our societies and our countries, we have to implement them. We have to be very clear with our societies, with our peoples that, yes, it costs money, whether it's defense spending, whether it's energy independence, and we are on the right way. I think on the EU side, but also overall, that our societies, our leaders are on the right path. On the commitment, again, very clear. The commitment is for our own future, our own perspective, children, grandchildren, and their right to live the way that we want them to live, that we have chosen. So that is worth investing, that is worth spending money, that is worth really concentrating all our efforts. And security is the basis of that all. And then resilience, it's going to take time. There are no quick, fast solutions. We are tempted sometimes to find quick fixes. I think we have to be bracing that this is going to take time, both in terms of supporting Ukraine, its victory, and making sure that Russia never gets the capabilities to attack others again, but also making sure our societies, our countries are safe, secure for the future.
Okay, thank you very much. So no calls for new institutions in Europe's post-Helsinki security architecture, and I would say basically an acknowledgement that none of them are being used to their full capacity at the moment. So as Tina Tin said, courage is needed. Courage is needed. Thank you very much to all of you for participating. Thank you to our audience, and thank you to the Bled Strategic Forum. Thank you.
Test, 6, bo.
Yeah, Russian Jew. Can we start? Yeah. Yeah, it's this is the best opportunity for small bilaterals. So, welcome to everybody. We have a strong competition currently because lunch is going on, but I believe that millions of other people are following this since it is web streamed, and another million will take a look afterwards, after the lunch. We have otherwise a very, let's say, I cannot use the word fashionable, but we have a very, very high intensive topic to discuss today. It is recovery of Ukraine, post-war recovery. Of course, the war first has to end, hopefully soon. I'm sure Ukraine will survive, hopefully win, as a sovereign state in the borders of in its internationally recognized borders. Definitely, Russian attempt failed. They wanted to kill sovereignty of Ukraine. This didn't happen and will not happen for sure. And we have to think now, I will say Westerners, European Union, United States, I mean all the coalition which is assisting in Ukraine in defending its sovereignty. We also have to think how to organize the post-war reconstruction. It's a major effort, and many dilemmas are there opened, and more of them more or less technical, but every single dilemma has also some political consequences. So today we have a marvelous panel. We have two directly educated and experienced investment bankers among the participants, despite it was not planned like that. I mean, it's not a panel for investment bankers, it's a panel for policymakers about economic reconstruction. And we have people with other very interesting experiences and of course representing very important stakeholders which will participate in this process. First on following the hierarchy, I would say, Pavel Nerada, the first vice president, pardon, what I made a mistake. I will say first on my right side is Pavel Nerada, first vice president of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, or better BGK. It's a Polish state-owned bank which was established to assist in regional development and also regional, tasks like the forthcoming is on the agenda with Ukraine. He is not only deputy chief, but also responsible for international relations, and this is exactly his portfolio. Next, who will join us is Alexander, but he said in 15 minutes, Alexander Griban, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Deputy Prime Minister couldn't join us, Ms. Stefanishina, but Alexander Griban, also investment banker, will be perhaps even a better replacement. Then, not to mix with hierarchy, I will just continue with the positions next to me. Martin Dvořák, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, with an interesting career from crisis areas, or I mean, from out of a career experience in crisis management as well. So since he was in Kosovo exactly when it was the hottest after the war, and he was in Iraq and also participating in the discussions about the post-war reconstruction. Then perhaps representative of the most important stakeholder, Maciej Popowski, Director General of DG NIR, the most responsible directorate for not only Eastern Partnership, but particularly for Ukraine and assistance of European Union for the Ukraine. And then my old friend, Kurt Volker, he was many things in his career, currently more engaged in business community, but otherwise he was former United States ambassador to NATO. He was a special envoy or a special, appointed as a special envoy for the negotiations with Ukraine on behalf of United States government, and so on and so on. He will more represent, let's say, so-called American view. When Mr. Griban will join us, perhaps he will already miss some of these introductory statements. Perhaps we will have to very briefly repeat or summarize things for him when he will join. Apparently he is with President Zelensky right now, coming from his office directly into our panel. But let me just briefly open this with a few words. So February 24th this year changed history, definitely. What is happening now to Ukraine, all the cruelty of Russian occupiers and brutality of this war has no parallel in recent history. But we can draw some parallels related to reconstruction with prior experiences which the modern world has with post-war reconstructions of, for example, Marshall Plan after Second World War, reunification of Germany. Deputy Minister, Mr. Griban, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Hello everyone.
We just started. I wanted to mention also reconstruction of Iraq, of Bosnia and Afghanistan, and so on. So we have to mention also not cases of best practice. Ukrainian economy has experienced large negative shock. GDP contracted by some 30–35%. Despite the massive economic disruption and mounting fiscal challenges, budget deficit is some 5 billion euro per month. The government functions are largely operational. Ukrainians have a strong sense of common purpose and unity. The direct losses to the Ukrainian economy caused by the Russian invasion have already reached around $113 billion. This is an assessment of Kiev Economic School, which is a very respected scientific organization. Together with indirect losses, which are calculated based on different assumptions, the economy was harmed for some 600 billion euros until now, and the war didn't stop yet, unfortunately. So who knows what will be in the future. So when we talk about costs, and of course taking into account that any estimates or damages are tentative, we have to have in mind that Ukrainian GDP last year was $200 billion. So if they would, I don't know, with pre-war GDP, dedicate 10% of GDP annually for reconstruction, this would take, let's say, 20–30 years. Of course, this would make a major problem for all European Union and United States and all the Western allies. So somebody will have to pay this, apart from Ukrainians. Who will pay? Recently, I listened to former Finnish Prime Minister Alexander Stubb, who said that everybody helps and will help, but it's already now clear that the United States will cover military costs and EU will cover costs of recovery. Do you agree with this thesis? Perhaps Mr. Popowski first, and then Kurt briefly, and of course, Mr. Gruben.
Thank you very much. Well, it's almost a cliche that the Americans do the war and we do the reconstruction. But of course, it's not an American war, and we will do the reconstruction, but not alone. What's important for us, and I think we have a full understanding with the Ukrainian authorities, with the president and the government, that it needs to be a process driven by the Ukrainians and owned by them. They've already presented a recovery plan that was presented by Prime Minister Šmihal at the Lugano conference in July, and we want to be in it together with them. President von der Leyen also offered our co-lead in the future, we call it reconstruction platform for lack of a better term. So we're still working on it. We are not at the stage of identifying all sources of funding, and as you said, the estimates are estimates. The latest figure by the World Bank is some 750 billion euros in damage, but this is changing by the day. But there is a needs assessment already, and the World Bank is going to present it publicly, I hope, next week. So we can base ourselves on that and see what we need for that. We've already provided a lot of financial support. I mean, I'm making a distinction between military support, also European military support, and financial support to the government, liquidity support. And there is more to come. So we made this announcement of 9 billion euros in, we call it micro-financial assistance, which is long maturity loans. But of course, we need to be creative. And what we want to do, and President von der Leyen was very clear about it and spoke about it in Lugano, is to follow the logic and in a way the mechanics as well of the post-COVID recovery in Europe. First of all, we want to build back better, use this opportunity to change things that needs to be changed, but also to see whether we can replicate some of the tools that we develop for that. We're not sitting on a big pile of cash. Everybody thinks we are, but it's not true. So we have to find the money somewhere on the market. We have to be creative with our guarantees, and we have to partner up with everybody. I mean, all the countries and organizations that are willing to take part in the reconstruction effort, starting with the United States, but also with other like-minded non-EU partners like, I don't know, Norway, Japan, Switzerland, and the banks. The World Bank, EBRD, EIB, but also national development banks like BGK here present, but many others. So we need to create this community of donors and start driving this process. Later this year, we will come with some details on our own tool that we already announced in May of a Ukraine reconstruction facility, a new budgetary tool of the EU that we want to use for that particular purpose.
Thanks. Perhaps Mr. Gruben now, and then Kurt Walker. Please, Mr. Gruben, can we hear your view?
Yep, thank you, Janusz. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Super. I'm really pleased to be in such an honorable company, and so I'm really happy to share the vision from the inside. What is happening in Ukraine? What processes have already started? What still needs to be done? And I'm going to be also talking a little bit from the perspective of the Ministry of Economy, because, you know, we have different bodies in the country, but I have my own objectives, and we'll try to build it around the goals that we, as the Ministry of Economy, also looking forward to implement. So to start with the priorities, of course, the survival mode is something that we are currently facing, and we need to admit it that yes, it's probably taking longer than everybody expected and probably wanted, but we clearly see the shift. First of all, on the battlefield, and then we clearly see the shift in terms of Ukrainians doing their homework and preparing the proper algorithms and structures for the future potential redistribution of whatever the recovery fund will be eventually, right? So of course it's very important to finalize all the sanctions programs and still chase the Russian assets. I think this is the goal number one, and this is the perfect source of funding primarily the budget deficit in Ukraine, which unfortunately still is rather huge in terms of like what we're having there, you know, and it's still 5 to 6 billion a month, and these are the social payments and army, but hopefully when more good news from the battlefield is going to arrive, the army expenses could potentially go down, but this is a separate discussion. So, and of course, we still need this in the form of technical aid, in the form of grants, and in the form of like the support that could essentially be almost free or free. So this is still something we're really looking for and expect from our partner countries. And at the same time, we're also looking further. And again, speaking as the Deputy Minister of Economy, I must say that we should be doing something with our economy, because we need to crack on. We need to get back to at least the pre-war GDP and try to overcome it. And of course, we as the government do a lot of efforts on a daily basis how to make it happen. We understand that well, it's always kind of easy to say that it's hard to invest in the country that is in the martial law and has the war happening, but still we're thinking ahead, and we are really eager to develop the idea of the investment insurance tool that could potentially be sourced as the part of the technical aid that we could potentially get from our partner countries. And let's say that would be not the immediate liquidity to be spent here in Ukraine for recovery, but rather some frozen deposit to cover the exposures of MIGA, for instance, the World Bank institution that has some proper instruments, and they do have experience in terroristic environments. So I think they are rather familiar with what is going on there in Ukraine. And if some kind of insurance tool could be invented and the FDI could flow, I can promise you we can really source good projects. And if you may, I will briefly share with you the ideas that we're currently working on in terms of like the investment menu, that's how we call it.
Okay, yeah, it was not planned, but please go on, but please be short.
Yeah. Well, I can also, well, I think I don't have the proper rights for that, so we can actually skip it. So the idea is that we've prepared the different fields where the investments could be generated, and that was driven by the resources, the locations of these potential enterprises, and then what we're currently doing is we're actually getting down to the specific projects, and we have a specially designated team of investment banking and private equity specialists that are working as a government team, and this will be like a separate investment attraction campaign, which I think will also emerge in Europe. It's supported by the WPP, one of the marketing giants, and We actually going to have on the 6th of September the opening of the New York Stock Exchange event where the first Deputy Prime Minister is going to participate, and we will sort of present this investment menu. But again, as I said, none of these investments is actually possible without the coverage. I know we can still structure the ways how to get to them after the war, but we also need something now, otherwise we will always be asking, you know, because we need something to add value. We need the economy to reboost. And actually export credit loans is also one of the sources that we're actively exploring and we are ready to work with. And this, as I understand, should give additional comfort and benefits for the countries that are backing it up. And for instance, we're currently structuring the government-to-government agreement with Austria, which will attract a couple of like blend of export credit agencies from ÖKB from Austria to UCAF to Euler Hermes from Germany, and this already anticipates the involvement of the European, German, Austrian contractors, suppliers, which works for us as soon as we get like the cheap financing, which it is, because it's the combination of the sovereign debt and the export credit coverage. And so it gives us like the long-term and cheaper exposure, and we use it for energy efficiency, for you know, like optimization of the public transport, for ESG standards already, because we kind of have to, and this is good because we have another kind of stick to use here in Ukraine, and say otherwise it won't happen, you know. And so like the different ideas, and we also support the idea of the World Bank Recovery Fund. We think this is a great initiative. And again, if any other structures could be emerging, we're also ready to hop on, you know. And we are trying to build in Ukraine the last mile instruments as well, because it's triggering specific cabinet of ministers decrees, different policies, orders, etc. And we're doing this homework to get ready when the recovery funds would come. We have this last mile algorithm which are transparent, which involve the agencies like USAID, the EU for Business initiative from the European Union. So and we also set up the big program of grants supporting like different types of entrepreneurs, from micro to small and medium enterprises, and yeah, so it's also transparent, digitalized, it's open for everybody, and we're actually even ready to co-share it in administration-wise with somebody from Europe, for instance. And I know that there are grants of the GIZ, the grants of the different other institutions, European institutions, but again, so we're open for any type of this cooperation. I hope I didn't bore you too much.
No. Thanks. That was really refreshing to hear about all these concrete ideas. And we will come later once again to these concrete forms of potential capital inflow. But now I would like to pass the floor to Kurt Volker.
Okay. Thank you, Janis. Thank you to our Slovene host for inviting me here. It's great to be here. Let me comment on three things at this stage, but we'll come back to more. First, on your division of labor. The U.S. prepares the war and the EU does the finances. I don't think it should be that way. The U.S. is providing more than 10 times what anybody else is giving to Ukraine to fight the war. I wish others were doing more. I think we should all be wanting this war to end as quickly as possible on Ukraine's terms. Second, in terms of what's needed, let me just comment on that. The U.S. provision of precision-guided munitions has made a big difference in the latest phases of the war. It's going behind the front lines, taking out Russian fuel, food, logistics, ammunition, making it very difficult for Russia to sustain its forces in the field. And that will come into play already, as we see in Kherson, and it will come into play even more over the winter. But what is needed is longer range, not just the 80 kilometers that's now being provided, but up to 300-kilometer range artillery, fighter aircraft, heavy armor, including tanks, and more air defenses to protect the cities, because the only way Russia can fight now is to lob dumb bombs at cities. And this is a devastating effect on the civilian population. We have to do everything we can to protect the civilian population. So those are the needs of the war. On the economy, I just want to say, I think this is the most underrated aspect of Ukraine winning the war. People seem to have an impression that there's time, that, well, when the war's over, we can rebuild the economy. There is no time. Ukraine needs budgetary support for public finances right now, and Ukraine's economy needs to start recovering right now, because a robust economy is important for tax revenue, and it is important for funding the war effort, and it's important for people getting their normal lives back. So no one should be waiting for the end of the war. We should be figuring out how to stimulate and rebuild Ukraine's economy today. So I think that's an incredibly important point. Second point on the economy is that when people talk about it, there seems to be an assumption, at least I hear it this way, that governments will have lots of money. And this is what Maciej said as well. The EU is sitting on a pile of money, which it's not. That governments will have a lot of money, and governments will spend money, and that will recover the economy. That's not the way it works. That government aid programs will be spent once and be gone. So what's important is to use those funds in ways that create the conditions for the private sector to reemerge and grow. This is absolutely essential. So what Alexander said about insurance, for instance, political risk insurance or war risk insurance, that would be a good use of EU or US or Ukraine state-provided funds to enable the private sector to come in and do its job of investment without the major downside risk. At the Lugano conference, Foreign Secretary of UK Liz Truss mentioned the reinsurance industry, where the City of London can be a factor where the government could provide funding to help insure the insurers so they can lower the rates that are charged to companies that are then seeking to invest. But these are the sort of things that need to be thought about. This is a two-way street. On the Ukrainian side, they need to take steps as well. Everything from decentralization, passing legislation and regulations to align the economy with the European Union as quickly as possible, to strengthen the rule of law and increase confidence that businesses have that rule of law will be implemented fairly in order to facilitate that private investment. So it's a two-way street, but those things have to be done. And the final thing is, we are sitting on a pile of money. It is frozen Russian central bank assets. And I think it is essential that the United States and the European Union figure out the legal means of using these assets to support Ukraine's reconstruction. We're talking several $100 billion, and there is no reason from a moral or political perspective why these should not be used to support Ukraine's reconstruction, and we need to find the legal means to back that up.
Almost applaud. And that's really what I think should be done, and it's a good message. But allow me now to turn to Mr. Dvorak, Deputy Minister from Czechia, who is not only Deputy Minister of a country which has a presidency of European Union and will have to deal with all this in next half a year, on what I'm of course interested, what are the plans, but also has his personal experience, as I mentioned already, in crisis management in Iraq and Kosovo after the war. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you all. You are coming in time of lunch and after lunch sleeping. sleeping right now here, some of you. Okay, thank you for the question. I would like to continue with the idea of Mr. Volker, because you said we cannot wait until war is finished. I would like to say Czechia didn't wait even until war was started. We started to support Ukraine before the war, and of course right now we are deeply focused on everything what is going on in Ukraine, and I'm proud to say that we are among top 10 countries that are supporting Ukraine as much per capita. Speaking about sources or funds for reconstruction, you are absolutely right as well, and our program is we don't speak only about reconstruction or after-war reconstruction, but we have to speak and we have to work on stabilization of Ukraine right now. We understand there are some different parts in Ukraine. Some of them are heavily bombed and destroyed, and some of them are somehow relatively in quiet mode, and we have to support this part as much as possible. And also I agree with you, we have to support the development of local economy, because it might be first of all, Ukrainian economy, which will deliver and which will pump the blood in the veins. And so we are speaking about funds, and I have to be fair. I am economist by very beginning, and even for me, it's very hard to really imagine the amount of money what we are speaking about. There are so many zeros that for me, I feel lost in that. So this is so much money, and my experience is that always the expectations of the country. You mentioned my experience with a post-conflict situation. The expectations are higher than real demand, and demands are much higher than real capacity available. So this is something what we have to understand and what we have to face with. And I really believe that this is not the biggest problem. From my experience, to repair or to reconstruct, to rebuild, so what I'm calling hardware, means roads, infrastructure, new machine, new cars, airports, whatever, it's costly. But it's very, very easy. It's just it takes some time, but it's done like this. What is the next step is to change the minds, the software, what I'm calling. What is, let's say, rule of law, we mentioned it. It's real acceptance of democratic rules. It's not only rule of law, it's about independence medias. It's about how to stop the misusing of political power. Somebody who is actually in power in this post-totalitarian countries or post-war countries could very slightly misuse his position, because everybody is happy, this is a new democratic leader, let's help him, and nobody controls. And it could make a very, very huge damage, let's say, reputation risks. Because in case that some kind of real huge bribes or corruption will be presented, will be shown, it might really destroy our confidence in future development in the country after war. So this is something what I think, I thought it's necessary to be said as well. Okay, you are bankers, you are investment bankers, you know what I'm speaking about much more than I do. But I'm thinking now about the next step, maybe after 20 years. But still, we have to think that we have also to change the minds, we have to change the software in the society in post-war, in war conflict, which is definitely not very easy. So maybe this is, and also I would say that we as a presidency country, we have a program for reconstruction and stabilization of Ukraine, and we are in coherence with the Lugano, etc. But I think it's not a matter for the moment.
Thanks. Mr. Nerada, you are also an investment banker, or at least close to investor bankers. And since you are a state-owned bank and you have close cooperation with the Polish government, somehow I'm happy to have you here also as a, let's say, representative of one of the countries which is, apart from Czechia and few others, very heavily involved in current assistance and views on future reconstruction efforts. and future cooperation and integration of Ukraine into European Union. How would you, from the perspective of a banker, organize this process? What would you suggest? And what the international so-called donors or financial institutions, IMF, EBRD, European Investment Bank, and the others could and should do to assist Ukraine in the reconstruction efforts?
Yeah, I think I'm again very happy to be here. I always appreciate Bled and Slovenia. And indeed, we as a bank, we have been established 100 years ago, basically, by the Polish state. And as a Polish development bank, and as long as we, of course, are fully state-owned entity, we are not the government agenda, we are a bank. And a little different, so we are not focused on making profit by all costs. Our mission is to sustain to support the sustainable development of the Polish economy and community social. As you mentioned, we are indeed a sort of frontline country because we are next to Ukraine. We have a very long border, and there's over 5 million people from Ukraine who migrate to Poland. A lot of them migrated back, but it's estimated that about 2.5, maybe 3 million people actually stayed in Poland for various reasons. One of them, that even before the war, there was actually quite a large exchange, a large Ukrainian community that developed in Poland. So the people actually got relatives who were already living in Poland. They got a place to go, and also because we are close. And I think majority of these of Ukrainians still believe they will be able to return home relatively soon. And coming to that perspective, it's so we are facing multi-layer issues. One thing is what we have discussed here, so is how to, well, scenario A is Ukraine got to win this war, full stop. There is any other scenario is no good scenario. And then we have to, well, rebuild the economy of Ukraine, which is both, as Mr. Falco mentioned, is very important to make sure the Ukrainian state is going on right now, despite all this destruction, all the lost territories, all the havoc of war. They have to function as a state. And then, of course, there is this 700 billion euro estimated needs for redevelopment of what was actually destroyed by the Russian invasion. And on top of that, we have all these current issues with the people who migrated to Poland predominantly. So we have to, as we did, we launched in our bank a dedicated fund, which is actually quite similar in structure to the COVID solution, that is actually focusing on supporting the refugees, both in Poland and possibly outside in Ukraine, and that goes from support to the Polish companies that are creating working places for the Ukrainians, so they could earn a living. It's actually a very important comment to make, that the Ukrainian refugees, they don't want free money. Yeah? They really try to become useful. Yeah? So they want to figure out in the Polish economy how can they contribute to make them their living, and I think it's very something to admire. And also we are currently working also with the European Commission. For instance, we as a BGK, we are one of the first certified implementing agent for the direct for the Commission funds, and we have been mandated with the COVID related budget basically to fund non-EU countries who could not afford the COVID vaccines, so they could be delivered with the vaccination for COVID. when in February there was still about 40 million of that was still not used, and there was a little interest, so we discussed with Mr. Popovsky actually to shift some of this money to as a imminent direct help for Ukraine. So this is how we have to start thinking outside the box, because there is a lot of discussion, a lot of declarations about providing funds, giving funds. There is a lot of discussion, and it's all good, like the insurance, the foreign export-import insurance facilities, and so. But this is one part of the story. We are still talking about some kind of the loan. It can be relatively cheap, if you like, if anything can be cheap in these markets these days. But on top of that, the loan has to be repaid. And I think there is another layer. A lot of declarations were about the grants. I think Ukraine will need, as we all mentioned here, another Marshall Plan, which is in fact money that will be not directly returned, because the scale of the devastation and the needs is simply that large. It's difficult to imagine that the Ukraine, which was even before the war not the world's richest nation, it's very difficult how it would be able to repay additional 700 billion of loan. So I think it's what you mentioned is creating out-of-the-box structures. We are working also in coordination with the European Commission on creating such a fund that would be provided for the entities, for bodies to grant money. It's also very important to develop on the Ukrainian side a structure that would give this comfort that this money will be used properly. And I think we would all benefit from actually bringing back Ukraine to not even to what it was before, but much more a regular member of the European community.
Thanks. We have heard many initiatives already. Yesterday, for example, President of the Commission, Madame von der Leyen, mentioned 10 billion euros already launched as an assistance from EU budget or European financial structures. We have heard announcement of Japanese government, how they will be engaged in the reconstruction of infrastructure, then announcements of Danish government, of different stakeholders, some of them on a state level, some of them are offering reconstruction assistance to Mykolaiv, to Kherson, to Kharkiv, and so on and so on. So different local communities. And this will be if this will not be properly coordinated, it will be a mess. I was director of the Energy Community Secretariat for 9 years. We were in charge of technical assistance to to Ukraine as well. And I have seen how when many donors, who were not really coordinated, were offering the same technical assistance for the same things to the same stakeholders in Ukraine, and of course stepping on each other's toes. And some stakeholders in Ukraine took advantage out of this because they had their own interests. So I think we are all in. Usually we mention Marshall Fund as a success story of post-war reconstruction. Marshall Fund had its own authority to manage the funds. Ukraine already established a fund which is called U24, United 24, and Mr. Ustenko, who is economic advisor to President Zelensky, said we want to manage all this assistance by ourselves. After this war, we will be a new nation, give us money, and we will manage it properly. And on the other side, we have different other initiatives. Trust Fund with World Bank, which is right now being developed and should be operational next year. Mr. Popowski mentioned a new structure, or which will be called Ukrainian Budget Facility. So many initiatives. Who will coordinate all this? Is European Union preparing something, a new potential body which would manage this? Is there some, and then of course I will ask about other potential donors. Mr. Popowski.
We are not preparing a body because that would scare everybody off, because we don't want to take over. But what we did in May was to propose a reconstruction platform, which would be actually a donor coordination platform. Donor coordination is not a new challenge. We've seen it many times in the past. It's always difficult. But that's why it's so important that the Ukrainian government takes ownership of it. So we are not imposing things on them. I mean, it's a sovereign country, it's their country. We are there to help. And we should be as inclusive as possible. So we put forward this proposal for an international platform as a meeting place and coordination tool open to all donors of goodwill and the international institutions such as banks. And then the Ukrainian government made a similar proposal, which was presented at Lugano. We just need to, to make sure that we are on the same page and that it can be then launched as soon as possible. The idea was not to create a central management institution, that we would take funds from, I don't know, the United States or the World Bank and manage it, because it will never work. We are talking about huge sums of public money. So we have to make sure it's done well, with a certain level of assurances for the donor community, and it will be, so we are going to provide collectively the Ukrainian authorities with a mix of loans and grants. Probably there will be more loans, plus of course we should be creative, and I very much agree with Kurt that we should target the Russian assets. I don't know how. We need a creative legal solution, which for us Europeans may be a bit more difficult than for you, the US. But fine, we should try to get there. Then think about the insurance schemes, guarantees for investors, and then long maturity loans. That's why I mentioned the post-COVID recovery. Now, what we are doing now with our next generation EU instrument is that we as the Commission, we take loans on the markets and put them at the disposal of the member states for their own national recovery plans. That's the way it works, because we don't have that amount of cash that is needed. So we should just follow that logic. And what we need, and I would like to pick up a point that Martin Dvořák made, it's about the software. That's really important. And that's where the European path and the future membership comes into play. Because they have to deliver a lot. We already came up with a list of things to be done, and that they were mentioned in our opinion on their membership applications. It's very specific. It's very clear. They're already delivering on them, and having in place functioning institutions with a good track record in fight against corruption, for instance, or in regulating the economy would be hugely reassuring for any future investors. And that's what we need, and I think that's where we are heading.
Thanks. Kurt, Mr. Popowski mentioned steps to be taken. Americans like to use expression conditionality. I mean, now it's perhaps a little bit, let's say, improper to use it in the case of a country in a war, but we should, I believe, all take this opportunity as like Hillary Clinton once said, never waste a good crisis. It's to make things better with decarbonization, digitalization. I mean, I believe this should all be not, let's say, conditions for the recovery spending. Could you present, let's say, a Washington perspective on this so-called steps to be taken?
Okay, well, first off, I would not want to use the word conditionality. I would say it's a two-way street, that Ukraine has responsibilities and we have responsibilities, and we both need to do all of that. So it's the only way forward. So I think that's right. Second, I think it is an opportunity as we see substantial funds going toward the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, that these can be done in a way that accelerate Ukraine's transition to EU standards. So it should make Ukraine's adoption of laws, regulations, and market practices closer to the European Union faster than otherwise would be the case. So I think we have to think about it in that way as well. A couple of other thoughts on steps to be taken. I think Maciej put his finger on several important points in what he said, and I want to highlight that again. There needs to be a coordinating platform. No one is going to be in charge of other people's stuff. The Ukrainians are not going to get a fund that they run. The EU is not going to let the US manage its funds. The US is not going to let the EU manage its funds. So we need to, what I would propose is a structure like this. We need to have each, United States, European Union, individual EU member states, UK, Canada, Ukraine, everybody appoint a senior coordinator for Ukraine recovery, which reports directly to the President or Prime Minister, a senior level position like that. These then meet together as a coordinating body where they can hear Ukrainian priorities, they can look at what tools each of them has available, they can try to coordinate what actions we take, they can try to deconflict as much as possible. But implementation will be done through national means or EU means because that's the only way we can do things. So I think that's one thing. Second, I think that this should be advised by a private sector body, a non-government body of economists, experts, finance experts, private industry, who can identify what the obstacles are and tell the governments, you need to do this. You need to put a higher priority on demining because the oil and gas exploration can't happen if you have unexploded ordnance on the field. Or you need to put a higher priority on shipping because you're never going to get the volume of exports. Or you need to put whatever it might be, those who are actually implementing and trying to do it will be able to advise this governing structure. Here are the priorities that we see as well. But I think we need to get something like that set up very quickly. And as Maciej said, the Ukrainians need to propose this and drive this, but it's not going to be directed in any way. It's got to be a coordinating mechanism like that. And I just want to say too, I agree with Martin and Maciej. The software is important. I would simply say I think Ukraine is farther ahead than we give them credit for. I think that their people, they are of a European mentality. They are of a reform mentality. They have not performed. The implementation has not been good. But I think the war has changed things, and there is an opportunity now to really take several steps forward.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps you would add, again, this coordination will have to be established, I believe, during the Czech presidency.
It's a real challenge. I'm not sure whether we are able to manage this in the short time of 4 months. What I'd like to add is, sorry to be once again personal, when I came into Kosovo village named Istok as a UN administrator, I didn't know absolutely anything about needs of this village. I've never been there before. So I tried to manage agreement between me and the local authorities without any official authority. I used to have an official authority power, but I didn't have any knowledge
They did have knowledge, but they didn't have authority. And I think it might be a similar situation now with Ukraine. So there is no doubt that must be Ukrainians who will decide what is the priority, which road or which airport or what should be repaired and reconstructed or rebuilt first, and what should wait a little bit. On the other hand, I also respect the rule who pays, decide, and also control. So I believe that there will be some body which will be able to coordinate all the international support, help and donation going to Ukraine. Ukraine should decide which target must be reached first, and there must be a body which is able to control how the money has been spent. Because, as I said, it could be a problem, huge reputational risk I see there. Because despite all of my belief to Ukrainians, and I believe that their minds is now changing because of the war, and they are now facing and suffering, facing huge challenge. But this enthusiasm or braveness might disappear after the war. And there will be very hard time for Ukrainians. And they will be frustrated, and they will be not very satisfied with the government and with us as donors. They will always ask, give us more, we need more. And I think, in case we are thinking where to invest, we have also invested a lot of money and a lot of energy and our effort into the software, into education of people, to teach them how to live in democracy and in free market and etc. What I'm afraid right now Ukraine is not in the proper level yet.
Thanks. In the meantime, we lost connection, I think, with Mr. Griban, or are we still online? Seems not. So we cannot ask him for Ukrainian position related.
I'd like to hear
it. Yeah. What is written there? Or there is some exchange of emails. Okay, now we are on 2:20. Would you like to add something, Mr.
Just if I can add, actually, we have been appointed, we have been a manager for the European Union funds in Poland since the accession of Poland to the European Union. And this was very case applied to Poland as any European Union country, that there are a lot of grants, a lot of funds, but you have to distribute them. And of course, we are not distributing them like micromanaging every single one, but we have managed to develop the schemes, the mechanism, and the whole, if you like, technology of making it easily available within the legal required frameworks, and also how to monitor it properly and report back to the donors, to the funders, and we are already cooperating very closely with Ukrainian different bodies like National Bank of Ukraine, etc., ministries, and we are more than happy to share that knowledge with whoever is going to be named as a governing body or by the Ukrainian government, because I'm proud to say I think we are one of the countries with the lowest fraud issue on using European funds, European money,
and the country with almost highest percentage of utilization of available European funds. I was always envious. Once I was Minister for Environment, and Poland was always faster than us in utilization. Mr. Griban, thanks for being with us. I don't know if you heard all the discussion, but there was a dilemma how to organize all this donors' assistance. We have heard views from outside Ukraine, a special platform, coordination, but we are interested in Ukrainian view, please.
Well, thank you. I here tend to agree with Kurt that it will be pretty difficult to find the single solution for like the universal way out of this, because every donor and every sponsor of this thing will obviously be requiring the due level of involvement and some structure that fits their own like legislation and expectations the most. That is my feeling. At the same time, it's our goal to, even if we have these different platforms, that'd be really good to have like just few, you know, like not 10. It'd be great to have 3 that be continentally driven or something, you know, like obviously European, US, maybe Asian one, and then we are ready to again to do our homework to provide the due level of transparency and accountability when this will be delivered to the end users, whatever form it's going to be. I think there will be like a separate form definitely which will go just for like the immediate recovery of the critical infrastructure, and then there should be another portion which should be stimulating growth and development, because again as we were discussing here, this is something which is not the key priority now, and it's obvious that we need to focus on the different things. But there should be separate section which will be stimulating the economic growth and integration with European, Western, and like developed countries community as well, like becoming the commodity chain, production chain member. Like all these initiatives and all the incentives that we already got from the European Union, for instance, that this is just great, like that we can be selling goods without extra customs duties, and this is a huge opportunity for us, and we would like to outsource the production in Ukraine, you know, and it makes total economic sense. So again, getting back to the main question, how should it be arranged? It's pretty hard to say. I think it should be some trustworthy multilateral institution that probably the World Bank is sort of like trying to be the first and then the only. I don't know, maybe this is not the case, but this could be the case eventually, because this is the institution which gains trust from numerous players and strategic and geopolitical. At the same time, again, like if that'd be 3 funds, also good. We even had some ideas. We had the separate group working on like brainstorming, and they suggested the Luxembourg registered private equity type of fund, you know, which will have the supervisory board, the advisory board, which will be audited by the Big Four, and it will be, but that again should only relate to the economic development probably component of it, because the social and critical infrastructure component just needs to answer like a couple of major questions. Again, the transparency and the accountability. What is the procurement system? What is the reporting system? And what is the pricing approach to that? So these are all like questions that obviously definitely interest any donor, any participant of such activity, and it is our goal to develop something which will be trustworthy. We have pretty good procurement system. It's called Prozoro. It was developed with the help of USAID. It obviously needs some improvement, and we already started working on it together with 2 major ministries, because the way it's arranged, like the Ministry of Economy is responsible for the policy making, especially in the public procurement as well. And we have 2 major kind of beneficiaries of this, is the Ministry of Regional Development and the Ministry of Infrastructure. These guys will be doing the most work in recovery and rebuilding, bringing the homes back, bringing bridges and roads back, and bringing eventually people back, right? And so, but it is our goal as the Ministry of Economy to make sure that this procurement system is the one that satisfies our partners, the countries and the unions that are supporting us. And we obviously want to, it is also our interest to make it as transparent and accountable as it can be, because we have no other chance to waste. You know, there was a very bad saying that the Ukraine never miss a chance to miss a chance. So we really want to break it this time, and we don't want to miss the chance this time, because this is already life-changing, and the price we're paying for this is way too high.
Mr. Gibbon, just a sub-question. President Zelensky established a National Council for the Recovery with 24 working groups, which is working now on this recovery plan, let's say. This is a parallel structure to the government. Who will be in charge of recovery activities in Ukraine? Will be this government? Will be there a special body? We were talking about special body on outside Ukraine, but now I'm asking about special body inside Ukraine.
Well, I know that there's definitely something is getting prepared. I'm probably not fully aware of everything that's going on. And I heard like the most viable version as by now is that the sort of like the recovery agency will be created, and it will most likely be governed by Ukrainian, who is also the associated professor in Oxford or Stanford. I'm not sure, but in one of the universities. It's a well-known guy, and then it was built like the whole concept was built with the support of McKinsey, and I think if that would be the viable agency to emerge, it would still be destined, you know, to work with the outside of Ukraine agencies, because I still think that some institutions will be created there based on the rules of their creators, which will comfort them the most. And this is our goal, to have such relevant counterpart here in Ukraine that they would understand each other, you know, from like just saying few words. So it should be under the same rules, should be the same auditing and etc. We just need to split the tasks, and the agency that we are gonna have here could obviously have the supervisory board represented by all our partner countries and the agencies and multilateral institutions. We have some successful examples with the corporate governance reform, where the supervisory bodies are working in the big state enterprises quite successfully, and they actually accommodate experts from all over the world. So I think the eventual model could be like this. So we create the trustworthy vendor, also like complemented by the international expertise, and then we have hopefully 1 or 2 or 3 institutions that we work with, and do it but case by case, project by project, and industry by industry, something like this. This is my opinion, and I am not aware of everything that's going on. And
No, understandable. And thanks for this input. I mean, the time expired, but we started a few minutes later, so I think we can afford a little bit of delay, because I'm obliged to ask also audience if there are perhaps any urgent questions, perhaps up to 2 of them for panelists, whomever. Would somebody like to raise a question? Seems not. So this means that we will fit into the time schedule. So we don't have a key listener like many other panels who is now then summarizing or kind of concluding what was said. I would just say that I think the most burning issue is how to organize ourselves outside Ukraine, how to organize Ukrainian authorities inside Ukraine. Of course, how fast to win the war. I'm not talking. I mean, this is not part of today's discussion, and that there should be many innovative instruments for the capital inflow. Not only classical grants or loans, but also a lot of other guarantees, insurances and reinsurances and so on, which will, of course, allow that public money will flow in, but also private capital. Because I believe in the forthcoming recession around the world, there will be not much appetite of many governments to spend a lot of public money in Ukraine reconstruction, and a lot of work will have to be done by private capital, and for this, of course, Ukraine has to be sufficiently attractive with rule of law, which is in the name of today's or this conference. I would just like to thank you to panelists for all your contribution. It was interesting. I think everybody, and especially Mr. Griban, who jumped in the last minute and took a time between many meetings in a currently very active Kyiv, they deserve a short applause.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure. I'll be happy to join you when you ever decide to do it again.
Okay, thanks. And hopefully we will next year, we will talk about these things in Kyiv. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Greetings to everyone, and thank you for joining this session. We are going to answer to so many questions, but in the core of our discussion would be the universality and centrality of human rights that needs to be guaranteed in responses to crisis. My name is Dafina Peci. I work as a Secretary General for National Youth Congress of Albania, Tirana European Youth Capital 2022, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session. As we all know, we are in the edge of an epochal change. We have been receiving different signals, but also being part of processes which are more and more difficult to process. The war in Ukraine, which has generated largest displacement of people in Europe since the Second World War, the increasing urgency and impact of climate change, the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic, and also the fact that we are facing all of this in a new area of digitalization, technological information and developments, which we are trying to catch up with. It has put the fundamental rights and freedoms under a serious threat. It's not a need, or it's not that we have to, but I think we all agree that it's a must to think jointly and to use the convergence of revolution as the only model, the only path to benefit for a common good. To these ends, I would like to get started today's discussion, and I'm very happy and proud to have here with me Mr. Ivan Blažević, Director from Solidarna, a foundation for human rights and solidarity in Croatia. Thank you and welcome. Lejla Kajacic, Special Representative on Migration and Refugees, Council of Europe. Thank you and welcome. Nika Kovac, Director of 8 March Institute in Slovenia. Thank you and welcome. Mr. Michael O'Flaherty, Director of EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. Welcome. Angus Robertson, MSP, Cabinet Secretary for the Consultation, External Affairs and Culture in Scotland. Thank you and welcome. I would like to start this conversation with Mr. Blažević. Since there is a principle which is worth defending, and it's called solidarity, which has received a lot of attention also during the latest crisis, pandemic crisis. If human rights crisis call the solidarity at all levels, how do you think we can progress towards that end? And which target groups are those which have been more difficult to be understood, but also to be put in the common ground with decision makers and people who really had something in their hands to do for the common good?
Hello everyone, thank you for inviting me. Yeah, solidarity has become a big phrase in the last, 5 to 10 years maybe. And I'm not sure that we still have an agreement what solidarity is, what the idea behind is. I don't have the right answer. If we would just go to Christianity, what their solidarity is, it's about through time it got with the New Testament and with Jesus Christ. Solidarity is helping those which are not in your community. So before that, you're helping those in your community. The others are still the others. With the New Testament came solidarity towards the others. So that's the idea. I'm not sure if I got your question right. Is it what we can do to support better solidarity? Was that the...
Especially, yes. Especially in the case of those vulnerable groups, which are, let's say, many times excluded when it comes to, let's say, responses to crisis.
I mean, in crisis, we see what solidarity is, what solidarity can become. I'll just give an example of the earthquake that hit Croatia, a year and a half ago, a little bit more than that. That was, I think, the first time after the war in ex-Yugoslavia that no one has asked anyone about his or her ethnicity. Mm-hmm. That's really what happened, what stunned me. That lasted for 3 months, maybe 4. After that, then we came back into our usual narrative, so to say. And we don't see that the culture is changing. The culture is changing. The institutional framework for solidarity. I mean, we have to define what solidarity is in order to get it into the institutional framework. So the debate is, we still have to get there in order to anyhow instrumentalize it. I mean, we've seen progression from, let's say, frameworks, paradigm shifts from, I don't know, Millennium Development Goals to the Sustainable Development Goals. There was quite a positive shift there, but we're kind of still struggling to get hold on it. And I think what Sir Tony Blair told us this morning, we have to have a plan. Mm-hmm. We are in constant mode of crisis, either be it the pandemic, now the war in Ukraine. We had earthquakes as well, environmental crisis. So we're every day struggling with those crises which are here now, but we're not progressing in kind of bigger plan in the bigger picture. I don't know if I answered your question, because I think this question about solidarity, what it is, we have to be first still talking on a, let's say, philosophical level to get hold on the phrase, to get a definition at least.
Thank you. Ms. Kajacik, when we think of threats posed to fundamental rights, one of the groups that comes into our mind, and it looks like the history repeats itself, are the migration flow and migrants. We had the migration crisis in 2015, and we are facing now a new area. I would like to hear from you, what are some lessons learned from the crisis management back on that time that could be applied in this context? And also, how do you perceive the social engagement or mobilization of people in terms of supporting institutional behavior towards this? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here as a special representative of the Secretary General on Migration and Refugee Issues of the Council of Europe, which is, as you know, wider than the European Union. We 46 member states. And thank you for devoting a panel, a dedicated panel to human rights. It's very much appreciated. And I think that what I would like to say is that the Council of Europe human rights system, which was established 70 years ago after the Second World War, this human rights system, this collective enforcement of human rights is more needed than ever today. So thank you for this panel. I said collective enforcement of human rights. This is what we are doing, and we all have a role to play in this. And my role is, I mean, you're talking about the 2015 crisis. This role that I have was created at the beginning of 2016 as a response to that crisis, to help member states to tackle their challenges related to the protection of the migrants and the refugees. Our basis, the basis of my work, is the European Convention on Human Rights, complemented by other standards that we have in the Council of Europe. All the conventions that we have and all the mechanisms that we have, the Committee for the Prevention of Torture, the Anti-Trafficking Convention, the Lanzarote Convention dealing with sexual exploitation, sexual abuse of children, how to fight violence against women. I mean, we have a number of conventions and monitoring bodies, and from these stem a number of obligations for member states that we all need to uphold together now in the current crisis, we have done is, of course, the 2015 crisis has learned us. We had a number of tools, and we have adapted these tools to the current situation. That is, our monitoring bodies have issued guidance notes on how to fight against trafficking. The majority of the people having fled Ukraine, as you know, are mostly women and children. We have a particular attention for vulnerable groups. So we have adapted all this so that we are useful on the ground. I think that is the key, so that we can have an impact on the ground, so that we can help the authorities, but not only the authorities, also NGOs who were very, very active in this crisis, and work together with other human rights bodies, national human rights bodies. The importance, I think, is the response we give to these crises and how we can make a difference on the ground and how can we help protect better from a human rights point of view all those who had to flee Ukraine. That was your question. I hope I got it, but maybe we can
re-elaborate, of course, and come back. Thank you. Ms. Kovac, as a founder of an institute which, let's say, uses storytelling and advocacy methods to confront gender and economic inequalities in your country, in the society, how can these tools work to engage more the community? And I would really like to hear from you also the level of engagement of young people. How interested are they and how much supportive have they been towards your mission?
So hi also from me. So what we do is that we always ask people how they are. We believe that you have in one point, like you have institutions, in the other point you have like people in positions in power, and on the third point you have the people who are actually living in the country, who are actually experiencing the situations. And like what we found out through the Me Too campaign, which happened a couple of years ago, is that from personal testimonies we can really well see what doesn't function in the society, why those things doesn't function, and from concrete cases we can do analysis of the laws, of the procedures, and tell like what is not working and what should be changed and how. And we also believe that we need to distinguish always between governments, between the state and between the people. And I strongly believe, and I'm saying this all the time, that people are willing to help each other. People have a strong empathy. People want to build communities, even in this isolated world. And when they hear stories from the people, they are willing to help and they want to be politically engaged. And other thing that I believe is that politics will change things just when they will be afraid of the people. I don't believe that there are good people in the politics in a sense that they will just do things because they are right. Mostly this is not the case. Mostly political parties are deciding on public opinion polls, they are deciding what it is good for the party now and on the interest of many other factors that we sometimes don't see. But when you have a group of people wanting a change, when you have a group of people who is saying, guys, this is your responsibility to change this, they will do stuff and they will move to other direction. And when this happens, when people come together, when they demand change, when they want change, and when politicians and institutions listen to them, they give them a proof that their voice matters. And I don't believe in that, I'm not used to that fancy event, so I will speak more. I don't believe in this shit, which is young people are not engaged. Young people are not engaged because until now there wasn't a moment in history when our engagement mattered. But when we discovered that we can go on referendums, that we can go on elections, that they will listen to us and they won't just give us pre-election promises, we found a lot of value in political participation. And that's how young people are engaged, and when young people are engaged, all generations came and help.
What is the special thing on storytelling Why storytelling?
I think that, like, when you speak about experiences of the people, these are never empty words. Like, sometimes when I listen to discussions, I have a feeling that we always speak a lot about abstract things like human rights, solidarity, which we never know what actually means for someone. But when we say, hey, human rights are like something that we need to understand in concrete cases, they are also connected with politics. So in countries where, for example, on elections wins a party which has the most money and the most capital, and laws allow like companies to finance the campaigns, this is not like human right to vote in a concrete sense. Or another example, I also believe that when we are speaking about like human rights, we need to understand the complexity. We cannot just speak about human rights in Slovenia or even in the capitals, or like we need to understand the relations between like center and periphery in a really concrete cases. We have one amazing NGO in Slovenia, which is like Delovska svetovalnica. They are working with workers from third countries. And we are always saying in Slovenia we have like a good laws about workers' rights, but then through their stories we discovered that basically they are like slaves in Slovenia.
Mm-hmm.
So power of stories are that they are giving us a chance to understand the society in which we live, and when we understand the society we can change it.
Thank you. Mr. O'Flaherty, it's my pleasure to see you again after Fundamental Rights Dialogue and Fundamental Rights Forum 2021. I know that the institution you represent, but also in personal level, you value very much the engagement of young people, and you have dedicated programs and activities to that. And I would like to make a praise on that. As we have understood also from the discussion, human rights protection cannot be only a response in times of crisis, because when you are in a certain crisis, I mean, you try to deliver, you try to solve, but there are so many things that can get lost because you don't have enough time to process, and not always you do the right deed, give the right direction. But it's, let's say, a matter to be sustained in a structural way, and also multidisciplinary responses are needed. I would like to hear from your perspective upon certain multilateral measures for an effective response to prevent crisis, or at least to mobilize society and institutions both to be more engaged towards one another in dialogue when a crisis is happening, because we never know how much it's going to last, but what we know is that we have only one another.
Well, thank you very much, Stefina, and my thanks to Bled for inviting us. The fact that there's a human rights panel is important. The fact that it's rare, it tells us everything we need to know about the issue of human rights and crisis, the original title for the session. Look, I'll answer your question, but before that I have to react to a few of the things I heard, if you don't mind. It occurred to me listening to Leila talking about migration, that how we've handled migration since 2015 demonstrates the remarkable weakness of human rights in Europe, but also its strengths and its potential. Weakness. It's a weakness that there are people in the forests on the Belarusian border. It's a weakness that people drown in the Mediterranean because there isn't enough search and rescue capacity. It's a weakness that people are stuck in places like Greece and they're not able to move to other parts of Europe to engage in the solidarity that Ivan mentioned at the very beginning. These are disturbing weaknesses, wake-up calls, big flashing lights that our system isn't what it needs to be. But also much quieter, a lot less attention, achievements. I think of the cooperation between the Council of Europe and people such as my own agency, which has massively intensified with the migration crisis. We recognized we needed each other. We need the amazing work the Council of Europe was doing, for instance, through its Prevention of Torture Committee, the CPT, and how that feeds into the work we do in the EU. That was a quiet achievement, but an important one. Already beginning to answer your question. And maybe just to take one other achievement, the situation of children. When I first went to the camps in 2015, there were children in cages. You can still have bad conditions for children today, but there's been a radical change in understanding of child protection, guardianship. That's an achievement for the long term. So forgive me for reacting to Leila. I thought in a way just that migration sums up the whole story of where we are right now with human rights in Europe. And then in terms of going forward, Nika showed us the way forward. She reminded us that there's fantastic goodwill in society. That's evidenced by the social movements. Our societies want to change the world for the better. And that drive is primarily one from young people. And by the way, that's not just rhetoric. We know it from our surveys. Time and time again, when we disaggregate looking at groups in Europe, their attitudes, their behaviors, we see that the younger the cohort, the more engaged it is socially, the more concerned it is to put politics at the heart of society. I also thought that Nika went further. She also showed us how part of how to fix the rhetoric around human rights, how to do much better messaging through stories, for example. And so we have a lot to learn from you. And thank you for what you've said. And now I've almost forgotten your question.
I can repeat it.
This was a sophisticated attempt to evade your question. No, look. Human rights isn't just for time of crisis, but I'd even challenge that statement because, okay, it's not always crisis for us, but it's always crisis for a Roma in some disgusting facility that they've been shoved into by society. Every day is a crisis for that person. Every day is a crisis for the person in some horrible reception facility for migrants. Every day is a crisis for the unfortunate person you'll see asleep on the street. So we're never without crisis. We always need human rights to respond to crisis. But in the terms of your question, it has to be a long-term investment. We need to reintroduce human rights as a topic in school. Somebody in another panel talked about teaching media literacy in school. Well, it doesn't have to be yet another subject. They're all interconnected. But those values, human rights is really the only universal ethical set of values we have anymore. And so they need to be high up in the curriculum for children. We need to, and I'll only mention one other thing, we need to re-engage the street. I talked about how people are decent, people have values, they want fairer societies, but they don't necessarily get human rights. Again, we know from our work that there's a very common perception out there, and maybe it's why this room isn't full, frankly. The people perceive human rights as important, but it's for somebody else. It's not for me. It's not for my family. But we've got to show that it is about me and my family. It's about my grandmother in a nursing home. It's about the fact about us getting our house heated in the coming winter. It's about putting food on the table. And it's only when we successfully convey the message that this is human rights that I think it'll be much more, to use the word from earlier, much more resilient and embedded in our societies.
Thank you very much, especially for answering my question in the end.
Oh, I'm in trouble now.
No. Mr. Robertson, I'm very curious to hear your stance to a long-standing debate upon the degree of which international, economic, social, and cultural rights should be given the same legal protection, and also, let's say, social support in national and domestic law. We know that not long ago, in 2021, the Scottish government proposed a new human rights bill that would incorporate into Scots law 4 of UN human rights, let's say, treaties, including legislation that enhances human rights for women and minority and ethnic communities. I would like to hear your perspective and thoughts upon that.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be back in Bled, and thank you very much to everybody who's here. And it's really good to join a panel that is made up of the third sector, multilateral organizations, and I guess I'm here as a representative of a government that does have responsibility for delivering on human rights. And although Scotland's part of the United Kingdom, in terms of the UK political context, it's Scotland's government that is in charge of human rights legislation in terms of our domestic law and how that impacts on people. And you're absolutely right, although most people in the audience, I suspect, don't know this, is that not only have we integrated the likes of the European Convention on Human Rights in our domestic legislation, that is, anything that I do as a government minister or we as a parliament legislate for, which contravenes anything under ECHR, can go straight to the courts. We've gone further than that. We've said that we're in favour of incorporating other UN conventions, so mention was made of the conventions on the rights of the child. I don't need to get caught up in this tremendously. A bit of a frustration for us, of course, though. We managed to have that legislation passed unanimously in the Scottish Parliament, and then sadly was challenged in the courts by the UK government. And so the point I want to make about all of that is, I think if there's a willingness in politics to make human rights agreements, conventions, standards part of your own legal framework, I think we should. And it then holds people like me, a government minister, or the government in general, to account for what it is that we're doing or what we are not doing. And there's a little bit of me, sometimes when I hear discussions about human rights, there's almost a sense of we need to reinvent the wheel. And I'm not sure that we do, because there are great minds who for decades have come up with absolutely fantastic, first-class human rights-related agreements of all sorts. And notwithstanding the fact that we can point to many things and say, well, that's not working, that's a bit of a disappointment, couldn't we do more with that? Well, surely that's the point. It's about raising our game, which is why I'm a great supporter not only of incorporating human rights legislation in a domestic context, but frankly also upholding it internationally. Because that's the other part of the problem, which is people may think it's not for them, but they also might think it's nothing to do with me because it's even further than an issue for nation states. And the point of crises has been brought up. Well, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, because it does seem to be one crisis after another. But I mean, do we really think that global warming is going away? No, it's not. Do we really think that the population movement from poorer countries to richer countries is going away? No, it's not. Do we have any idea how serious the cost of living crisis is going to be? Next month, the month after, when it gets cold. What that alone is going to do, sorry, just one little fact that I read this morning that just blew my mind, was that somebody had calculated this morning that you have to earn £104,000. So I'm trying to work out what that is. Let's say, for sake of argument, it's 150,000 euros. Am I out? That's roughly speaking correct. A bit out. How much? 120. Right, it's a lot of money. 120,000 euros a year if you live in Shetland, the islands to the north of the Scottish mainland, to not find yourself in fuel poverty now. In one of the most energy-rich parts of Europe. I don't think we have any idea about the social tensions that they're likely to be, the individual and family calamities, people having to decide whether they're going to heat or eat. I mean, I know I'm digressing from the subject, but I think it's important to put out the scale of the crisis that's befallen us. But let's also bear in mind that we have gone through crises. I know this part of the world because in a previous life, when I was a journalist, I covered this part of the world, and that was at the beginning of the conflict in the then former Yugoslavia. And people forget that there 300,000 refugees from this part of the world went to the country to the north of here, to Austria. It's one of the biggest movement of refugees in post-war Europe per head of population. Massive. And now we see what's going on with Ukraine. Disproportionate amount of people have gone to Poland, for example, and we think of how Polish society has reacted to a crisis. And you can do nothing but tip your hat and say, there, by the grace of God, we have not had to deal with that scale of crisis. But my point is, we are challenged, we have been challenged, we are being challenged now, we're going to be challenged in the future, but let's not reinvent the wheel. We have great human rights standards, we have international organizations that are responsible for making sure that we try and deliver on it, and thank goodness we have the third sector, which is reminding us when we don't. And I think if we understand that symbiotic relationship that we have, and hopefully the aspiration to support human rights and not undermine it, we might come onto that, because unfortunately some people are trying to undermine human rights, then let's try and go in a positive direction and be the best selves in delivering on human rights that I thought we've all signed up to.
Can I give a small reminder?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Like, I agree with the question, like, will the global warming go away? The answer is no. But I think the more important answer is why. And the answer why is that we are being day by day convinced that the global warming will go away if we will drive Tesla cars and put our trashes in the right bins. Not like demanding from politicians to like make the things work on the systemic level, to change the laws about corporations, to change the laws about environment, and to build public transport in a way that we will use it, and to change everyday practices. Why? Like migration won't also go away because in the European Union we put the refugees sometimes back through Croatia with pushbacks. And then we left them in Bosnia to live there in really bad conditions. And we are pretending that then the Europe is clean and better. And I know that there are enormous efforts that are put like in the that situation, but still we cannot like pretend that that is not happening. And also what we showed with the Ukrainian crisis is that there suddenly are rooms for refugees in every country and that people want to help, but just when the person who is a refugee is the type of a refugee that we want. And I think that those are also the questions that we need to ask ourselves, even though they are uncomfortable and are hard to answer.
Nika and Ivan, I would like also to hear from you, since categorized as a third sector, which has been showing that is sensitive and proactive, but also we face a lot of challenges. I come also from the same sector: sustainability, capacity, how much access do we have in certain processes, and how much welcomed are we when decision makers and institutions are talking about crisis management. I would like to hear from you certain challenges that you have faced in some of the crises that we have already mentioned, but also it would be good, I think, not only for the panel, but also for the audience, success stories.
Well, just to add on you, I would really like that we have someone from the private sector here as well, talking with us about human rights. Not that they have another panel on just sustainable development and ESG, CSR, however you wanna name it. I think that cross-sector partnership is crucial for human rights as such. I mean, for any kind of proper problem solving, at least, of those wicked problems, so-called. So, I mean, we've seen shrinking of civic space in Europe, especially in some countries like Poland, Hungary, I mean, even Croatia as well. So, of course, the dependence of the non-profit sector on public funding, which is actually instrumentalized. Let's be clear on that. On the other hand, of course, we have some success stories, some good practices. Here's an example, Croatian example. So, gonna go back again to the earthquake. 7 days after the earthquake, we established a coordination of all actors which are not public into a coordination for sharing information, working together, and so on. No public body was in there. Only the ombudsperson was there from public institutions, but all the others didn't want to get inside. Less than a year and a half later, here comes the war in Ukraine. We're expecting refugee crisis. The state puts up a coordination with all public and non-public private actors, even business associations in there. So obviously something has been learned out of it. I think we tend to, and it's also related to the civil society. In every earthquake we said, "Oh, civil society, they're so great. They're reacting like that. They experiment. They get social innovations and so on." But we tend to forget crises that we go through. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's in the human nature to forget bad things in a broader sense. I mean, we forgot a pandemic that happened 100 years ago. We didn't learn we didn't learn anything from it, or at least what we learned, we didn't use it. In the ex-Yugoslavia, we had an emerging pandemic in the 60s, which has been dealt properly. So regarding civil society, it's something with the crisis we tend to forget the value of the civil society after the crisis ends. And of course there's the populist political movement where the civil society is just basically a scapegoat. So not many success stories. So sorry for that one.
No, look, sorry. I asked for positive and success stories, but I think the most important thing in this room is to be real and to talk really what is hurting us in everyday life and go for joint solutions.
Well, at least in the last maybe 5 to 10 years, that business and non-profit partnerships are really rising. I mean, it's on the one hand, it's a demand of the market, of customers, that they want companies that have some kind of social value, so they say. I mean, if tomorrow, when you wake up, there are no more Mars candies on the shelves, what's going to happen? Nothing. So customers want businesses to have some kind of purpose. And that's what the third sector can bring them and give them and help them to better themselves, to better the society, and also get the government involved in proper systemic changes. And I've seen it in the last definitely 5 years that these kind of cooperations really are emerging and having results as well.
That is a positive example.
Thank you. Dafina,
could
I just add something to what Ivan has just been speaking about? First, I want to say I really welcome the way you framed the relationship with business. It's typically in a human rights discussion about business being a problem, and all the focus is on the remedy for the abuse by business. Very important, I'm not diminishing it, but it's also about the necessity for partnerships. So I just want to strongly reinforce that. And I asked for the floor in particular because it's really important in this discussion, in this room, to acknowledge that civil society is under unacceptable stress just about everywhere. It takes different forms in different places, but we're constantly watching this, and we see right across every single EU member state there are issues about unacceptable pressure on this or that bit of civil society. It could depend on what you do. One topic will be far more received than another. There's many variables, but it does need attention. And then the only other thing I wanted to say was you talked about a third sector. In human rights, by definition, it's the first sector, because human rights is about rights holders, and civil society is in large part one of the voices of rights holders into the discussion. And you cannot do anything for people without being with people in human rights. And so the relationship is not an add-on, it's not a bonus, it's not something we do if we've got the time or the energy. We can't do our job without that very close partnership.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, like I think that what we proved in Slovenia in the last 2 years is that democracy can be fun, and that we can all participate in it, and that we can do amazing things, and we have a lot of success stories. So everything began in the middle of the COVID when we wrote the law about redefinition of law about rape, and we went on the street with Institute 8 of March and our volunteers, and we brought the bill in the parliament, and because we were using storytelling and we were asking the victims of rape also to speak about the cause, in the times of the most right-wing government in almost Slovenian history, we pushed the law through with the support of all stakeholders in the National Assembly. Then we had a referendum against privatization of water, which was the referendum with the highest turnout in Slovenian history after a long time, and we won by 86%. And we did it without any money, with the donations, with people writing letters to each other, with taxi drivers driving people to the polling stations. And then we also with a huge group of civil society organizations, like make the political participation in the elections like 20% higher, or we helped with it. So I think it is possible, but what are the lessons? The lessons are that like this is just hard work. There is no like quick recipe like to achieve those things, and you need to go on the street, you need to work 10 hours per day, and you need to speak about content, not about like empty signifiers. And the second thing is that politics needs to be seen as an equal partner. I think there are two mistakes that we do in the civil society. The first is then whenever someone who is working in the National Assembly or Parliament comes into the room, that we start to act stupidly and saying yes, 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 and being afraid. Like this is the first mistake. And the second is that we are just criticizing them. We want like to work with them in some causes, we need to work with them, but when they want a picture with us or a support, we just go away because it is good to be like a clean soul. So what we are doing in my organization is that we attack all of them if it is needed, but we also support them, say thank you, and are really transparent about our working with politics. And that's how things can be done, and that's how like the line between the people and the institution is being erased.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, sure. I was going to make the next question, but I think that the most important part is there. So let's go and see what your comments and questions are. Please.
Actually, I would like to add from here, applaud to Nika and her team, but I also come from Slovenia. I work for the government, but I can tell you a good practice with the story. Now, human rights-based approaches in all areas of life and society depend on how much people know about their human rights and how they respect the rights of the others, whoever these others are. Mm-hmm. So you are all probably aware that there is a world program for human rights education since 2005, and Slovenia has been active in implementing it since then for children, because we feel that this is a long-term issue, and if you teach the children, they will be adults who have a human rights-based approach in everything they do, whatever they do. So a good story, to be very short, from 2015, when there was a flow of refugees, about 1 million of people walking through our little country to reach the West. Usually the destination was Germany, but they went through Austria. Many stayed there, of course, as you said. How to make the awareness of our people here not to show hate towards all these foreigners. So 1 million people walking through a 2 million state. Now you can imagine this was a very extraordinary situation. So what we did, I have a leaflet here, very, very simple. This is in English. If we, the children, are refugees in third countries, we have the right to appropriate care and protection. Okay, very easy. This was drawn by 2 girls who are UNICEF ambassadors. There's a few simple questions. Who are refugees, asylum seekers, and foreigners? Do you know any? Where are they from? What do they need most? How can we help them? And how can I help them? So very simple. And on the other side, it's about the Convention of the Rights of the Child and the 2 articles about it, and who are migrants, who are asylum seekers, etc. So this was delivered. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where I work, we printed it. We worked with the Ministry of Education to print 40,000 copies, so every 3rd child in the elementary school in Slovenia got it. They talked about it 1 school hour. They took it home, showed it to their parents, because this other page is for adults, of course. And the atmosphere was much better after that. You know, now when the Ukrainian refugees are coming, you know, it's somehow normal that we have a positive attitude to these people. Now, this is based on a program that we did since 2005, so we started 10 years earlier. It's a long-term issue, with a program called Our Rights for Children. Children just collect cards about their rights on the basis of the Convention of the Rights of the Child, but we also did it in Ukraine at the time. So now, with about 3 million Ukrainian children out of Ukraine being refugees in many countries, some also in Slovenia, not a large number, but still, we thought maybe we could do this project again to empower them and to empower the Slovenian children in their mother tongue. So we just have a print in the Ukrainian language. I wanted to show it as a good practice. And of course, we've done this with the civil society, NGOs all over the world in 26 countries, as I said, including Ukraine, and we'll do it again here for the Ukrainian refugee children. And without the civil society actors in so many countries, including in Russia, we did it even in Russia, in Beslan, in the school where there was a terrorist attack for the children that survived it. So we did it all over the world, and I think this is one of the good practices we have to continue, because awareness raising and human rights education is one of those strategic ways to change attitudes, and we have to start very early, because it's the children that you have influence on. You don't have much influence on adults. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Robertson, you mentioned before the fact that we don't need to reinvent, because a lot of good inventions have been made already. There is a very beautiful Sumerian word just called amargis, coming back to the mother. Mm-hmm. So in times of crisis, I think, even in personal level, we try to go back to the roots and see how everything started and why we are here. And also taking from the conversations that we had upon the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, having it for 70 years, why did we have this tendency to reinvent in order to go back to the core of it, which is human dignity and the responsibility from a person to a person, not people, not societies, but personal values. And I know that Mr. O'Flaherty as well has mentioned it in one of the speeches held. I would like to hear your comment on that.
It's turning into a philosophical session now. As human beings, I mean, I think the point was made at the end is that we're not very good at remembering things. We're also particularly not very good at remembering bad things, because that's a way that we are conditioned to survive, isn't it? So we need to constantly remind ourselves of what we have done and where we are. And I think the Slovenia example is great. And I think one of the things that and I'm a great believer in this, when we hear about initiatives that are taking place elsewhere, which work, we should relentlessly copy them. And so I'd love to look at the Slovenian materials that you've been using in your schools. We in Scotland in our schools have sort of human rights days, international days of refugees. Our schools are very, very active. And I'm talking about primary education as well as secondary education. And you have to hope, don't you, that as that experience grows into adulthood, that we live in societies that are better grounded and aware of things. But you know, again, getting back to the human condition, you know, how many countries go through the experience of having 50% of their entire population walking through their territory? I mean, that is just off the scale. So going back to the immediate crisis point is there are big things happening out there, and it's perhaps easier for some of us in wealthier European countries who are perhaps not as exposed to migratory effects or other crises. We heard about earthquakes and so on, that we are not impacted by some of these things. But the truth is, as time progresses and the world becomes smaller, we are all going to be impacted by all of these different pressures. So my appeal is just the simple one of, let's work out imaginative ways, and this is where I look to my colleagues from the Council of Europe or the European Union and others, who work tremendously hard to try and communicate this. We were having a bilateral conversation, I hope you don't mind me talking about this, about best practice in relation to managing Ukrainian refugees. And there are some things that are happening in Scotland, as there were with Syrian refugees, where I think we've done really, really good work in Scotland, and we should be very proud about it. No doubt there are other things that we have lessons to learn. And one of the things that I'm permanently on the lookout for is ways in which people like me, who make decisions, who help make laws, how is it that we can learn best practice? And that's why this kind of event, so let's give some further praise to Slovenia, please. It's events like this that brings people like us together. And so talking specifically about the Council of Europe, we're talking about a lot of the good work that's going on to try and find case studies. So what's happening in this country or that country? How's that working? What are we doing that fits into that? Because there are very few original thoughts out there. We should be honest about that, especially in politics. So where there are really good ideas in different places, let's adopt them shamelessly. I'm not saying we should claim them for our own, but we should just, and that's just my general philosophical approach to all of these things, which also goes back to the point about human rights and all of the work that's gone into drawing up conventions across a panoply of subjects. We just need to do our best to live up to that which we've agreed on, and we haven't gone into it, and maybe that's just because it's better not to go into the territory of things which are depressing. There are political forces out there, some of them mainstream, some of them in government, thank goodness not in my country, who would wish us to get out of international agreements, who would wish us to not live up to the agreements that we've signed. And we need to be alive to that threat, because there has been some mention of populist movements. Well, what about populist governments? And we've had them in big countries and we've had them in small countries. And unfortunately, we need to do much more to make sure that, because it's exceptionally destructive. We are living in an age where it is almost, not yet, but almost politically acceptable to call for, I don't know, leaving the European Convention on Human Rights. Imagine such an outlandish thing, joining the likes of the Russian Federation and Belarus outside the European Convention on Human Rights. That's a position being actively considered by the government of the United Kingdom. So, wake up. We have to know what we're dealing with and we have to call it out. I'm not in favour of that. My government's not in favour of that, and I hope common sense prevails. We cannot go backwards. We have to inherit what we've inherited, we need to deliver on it, and we need to build on it. And if we can take home lessons from Slovenia, I'd be delighted to do it.
Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, of course.
Angus put his finger on it just now in terms of what's different about our human rights crisis today compared to that of any other time. We've always had crises, we've always had problems, we always will have problems, but the qualitative difference today is the repudiation of the system. That's new. I mean, I remember back, I've been doing this for a long time, and I remember back in the Bush years in the White House, and bad stuff was going on in Guantanamo Bay and elsewhere, but they fell over backwards to deny that they were torturing, because that was unacceptable. But today, you'll say, I tortured. And that's a fundamental difference. We have to fight for the almost the sacred quality of the system and its core, its centrality to our civilization, and that centrality engages this issue of dignity that you mentioned. The Universal Declaration: all people born free and equal in dignity and in rights. The whole edifice is built on the principle of dignity, and it's irreplaceable. There's no plan B for human rights. A human rights future is one where we celebrate each other's dignity, which means we celebrate our vast diversity. That's the strength of our society, not the problem of our society. That's why I'm so disappointed in the news I read yesterday about Europride being cancelled in Belgrade. It's this cancellation of a celebration of human rights at the heart of our society. That's why it matters. Just briefly on the business of do we have enough law? I'm inclined to agree that at least when it comes to the treaties, we've more or less got it in place. We just need to see it delivered. There's an argument to be made for sub-treaty regulation, for sure. But in terms of the big picture laws, we have the system there. We just need it honoured. We need consistent political leadership that stands up for human rights, not episodic standing up for human rights, not patchy standing up for human rights. People are treating human rights today like it's a negotiation pack. It's not. It's a baseline for acceptable standards. And this isn't sufficiently visible in the action of the people who lead our societies.
Sleda? Let me also add something to what the important things that you have said. I go back to there is no need to reinvent anything. We have this convention system. But the problem is the implementation. And we have to, when we say we, it has to be the government. Because civil society, it's, of course you have to play a role, but governments have to understand that they have to implement. This implementation is very important, without discrimination, without cherry picking. The convention applies to everybody without any distinction of race, of religion, of age. This has to be implemented, and I really believe in it. So and it has to be collective, because we have a common goal. Yesterday I was listening to all the panels. We are talking about values. These are the values. And the implementation is important. We cannot just speak about them. We have to implement. And about the dignity, the European Convention is also about dignity. And I'm thinking about, migrants, as you were referring to, who are for instance, detained, being pregnant, or children being, migrant or refugee children being detained, for instance. These are human beings. They have to be treated as human beings. They have to be treated in dignity. But all this has to be, it has also to start from scratch, as you say, as you rightly pointed out. Young generations have to be really educated in that, in that framework. And we, international organizations, we have to put all our forces together. I believe in it. We have a very good cooperation with the Fundamental Rights Agency. For instance, we have every year we are publishing joint guidance notes. For instance, which encompass the standards of the European Court of Human Rights, but also of the European Union, which is, I think, great because it helps all the professionals. We have one on border. The rights of migrants and refugees on the borders, and we have one on, I think it's proper investigations on the borders. What are the standards? And we have it together. We have done it together with the Fundamental Rights Agency in one document, and we have to continue this complementing one another. The international community has really to come together and cooperate and coordinate more. That's at least what in my role, I'm going to continue doing, and I would really like also to work more closely with NGOs, because there are NGOs, for instance, which are criminalized because they are helping refugees. There are certain member states where if you help refugees, you can find or you can be deprived of your, it's kind of criminalized. So I would like to work on this more in my role. I think, but we really have to also share the good practices, because we are an international organizations. We have 46 member states. Everybody has something to bring. And to share this is, I think, invaluable, and that's what I think we should continue doing. Yeah,
of course, please.
I completely agree with the implementation of our obligations, international and national, and we have lots of treaties, etc. We're missing one thing though, and Slovenia is striving also for that. We miss the group of older people. The demographics, especially of the Western world, is the way it is, and we feel there is a lot of need for a special convention for the older people. And there's a group of friends, Slovenia is in the lead in that, to talk about the rights of the older people in the same sense that more than 30 years ago, the international community talked about the need for the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the women's rights, and we believe now we are at the stage where we have to focus a bit more on the rights of the older people because they are stigmatized, they're forgotten, and the COVID crisis has shown worldwide that that's the population dying because not only because they're old but because they were neglected. Their rights were not upheld in many countries, including in my own. I'm a government person, I should not be saying this, but I say it as a citizen, and I think we should do much more on a national and international level. So this is not to be forgotten, and we will go for it.
Thank you very much for this very good input. Actually, also us in our everyday work in the non-governmental, let's say, sector with young people are more and more being aware that we are missing these intergenerational talks and intergenerational involvement and the importance of having this intergenerational cooperation in order to remind us upon history, their needs, but also without knowing what has happened, you cannot be clearly seeing towards the future. And I think so many important and interesting aspects of human rights were discussed here, but what I like the most is the fact that firstly, from the institutional perspective, the third sector is not considered third sector, but first sector. Secondly, that beyond the struggle that we really do have as civil society to respond and to be active, we still have managed to create very positive examples, and I think we should share more. Bled is exactly created for this. Bled as a forum, not as a city, to make sure that people are coming along, are sharing their best practices, are sharing their stories in a very tough and real way. Because it's not to polish, but it's not good also to be pessimistic. We have to look forward always. Of course.
I don't want to interrupt too much, but there are two things. Firstly, older people, I won't get into the business of a treaty or not a treaty. I'm just saying, let's not wait for a treaty. Protect the human rights of older people right now. It's shocking, the conditions in older people's residential centres in many countries. Absolute disgrace. When I was running a National Human Rights Commission, we did an investigation. We saw how, in order to avoid overtime for the care staff, people were fed at 4 in the afternoon and the next meal was at 7 the next morning. And sometimes, to avoid them wandering around, getting lost and hurting themselves, they were literally locked into their chairs by tables being shoved against the chair. This is in Europe. So for goodness sake, let's wake up our societies to these issues right now, long before we get a treaty. And I had a second thing, and I wonder will it come in. I wanted to react to something. Yes, it's about sharing good practice. I just want to agree with all of that, and I want to say something about the United Kingdom, if I may. We find in the human rights work that one of the greatest pities about Brexit is we've lost a treasury of good practice from the United Kingdom. Some human rights gets done at the local level better in the UK than anywhere else in Europe. Human rights in policing, for example. First-class work in many different parts of the United Kingdom. And I think maybe my point here, apart from acknowledging that with some sense of loss, is that we need to find new ways, maybe through the Council of Europe, of ensuring that this vast experience of the United Kingdom in protecting human rights continues to be fed into our discussions.
Maybe some parts of the United Kingdom will come back to the European Union before then, though. That's the plan.
Okay.
In Scotland, at least. Thank you. Thank you.
If there is any question or comment or something that you...
I do have a question. When's it going to happen then?
You're all welcome Well, I mean, it's not the topic of today's debate. We had an election in Scotland last year, and a decision was made. I was elected in that election, and we have the biggest majority in the Scottish Parliament ever to have a democratic vote. And I don't know about you, but normal democratic countries allow the people to have democratic decisions about things, don't they? So I look forward to the United Kingdom recognising the fact that we voted to have a say. I look forward to having a say, and we will talk about the options of rejoining the European Union, and I am confident that we will make a decision to become a sovereign state that's a member of the European Union. Thank you for asking. And thank you for the applause, by the way, as well.
For as long as it serves to human rights protection, it's more than welcome in this
okay, so let me segue into a broader point, which is there's no point aspiring to being able to make certain decisions in better fora, such as the European Union, unless you're actually interested in trying to deliver the best. So let's be self-critical. I'm saying me as a politician and my caste, which is, you know, we're in organisations like the Council of Europe. We're in organisations like the European Union, most of us, some of us hopefully soon again. And we do that because we believe in making better laws and upholding better standards. And I think just sometimes it would help to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, are we doing that? And where we are not, doing it better or being reminded. So, you know, I know we're probably kind of getting towards the end of the session, but I would say to third sector colleagues on the panel here and elsewhere and back home, thank you for keeping the pressure up on people like me. I'm glad to represent a government that believes in incorporating human rights legislation in our domestic law. I would encourage others to think about that if they haven't done it already. It's a really tough test. Because if you're then not delivering on what you've agreed to in lofty declarations and international summits, then you're going to be in front of the courts. And that's a really high standard. And, you know, what was said about older people, absolutely, we're trying to create a national care service in Scotland, like the National Health Service. But, you know, that is a big undertaking. And if you layer on top of that human rights standards, which one should aspire to, it isn't easy, but politics shouldn't be about the easy, it's about trying to do the difficult, isn't it? And doing the better. So, thank you for the encouragement to do the best we can.
Please.
Thank you. My name is Robert. I listened yesterday to the leaders panel and took away a lot this concern that now over the winter we are in danger of losing our empathy for the suffering in Ukraine. And Ms. Kovac reminded us how important empathy is as a basis for noticing and nurturing human rights. So what good practices you panelists would share with us? What can we do to uphold empathy and nurture empathy? What are good practices in terms of policies or actions you have been taking? Thank you.
I think it's a really great question, and it comes back to the business of telling those stories at the beginning. Empathy is triggered when you realize you're engaging with another human. It's about somebody else. It's not just about an idea or something abstract or remote. So it's about telling stories, allowing people to tell their own stories. That's really important. And so in the Ukrainian context, we need to, I'm not sure to what extent it's already happening, but we need to make sure we're hearing Ukrainian voices in our national media, telling what their experience of what it's like to live with us. Another dimension is to, by the way, I wasn't there for those discussions yesterday, challenge them. We're closely watching what's happening across all the member states, and I don't recognize this growing unease which is about to result in a repudiation of Ukrainians. We see isolated pockets of it for sure, but by no means some big social movement. By the way, to the extent that it's there, it's being whipped up by the far right. So let's be careful. So kind of first challenge the assumption, then allow the people to tell their own stories. And our job is to create the spaces, the means for them to effectively convey their messages.
I have also something. I think that we shouldn't forget that we have written in our states systems of solidarity, which are public health and public school system. And I think what all those crises in intersection showed us that the country didn't collapse when the COVID crisis happened, when they had a good public health system, or when they had a public health system at all. So what I think is that now, and I'm also saying this especially in Slovenian context and in broader context in Europe, is that the worst thing that governments can do is that they start to attack those public services. This is what we need, and this is the only thing that will get us through the crisis, and this is how politicians can actually show solidarity. And the second thing is not to always speak about third world countries. I was living 1 year in US, and I saw what happens when you are in a country without with a shitty health system and with a shitty school system. Only the rich can have the basics of life. So when we speak about solidarity with the people, how to build empathy, empathy is taught in public schools, empathy is done in public health systems and in hospitals, and this is what we need to stick on.
We have 2 questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Thank you. It's a bit of a build-up question from the previous, so thanks a lot for kind of building up my case. What I've been listening to and what I've been wondering since the beginning of the setting of the question of the definition of solidarity and all of that, what I'm interested in is in your opinion of when we're talking about human rights, what kind of sticks to me often is this kind of othering. Human rights is something that we're driving for other people, all those poor people from here and there. And what I'm missing from the conversation is that when we're talking about human rights, we're talking about our own rights. So when we're dealing with people that are struggling with getting their human rights met, we're actually fighting for our own rights. It's not a fight for that other person's rights, it's the same rights. I have been a child, I will be old. I mean, obviously my race is what it is. That is something that I anyway don't have control over, but it doesn't make me any less or more of a human being. So how could we influence that we, as a society at large, would understand that this othering is actually a big obstacle in actually working towards human rights? I'm hoping that I'm successfully driving what I'm trying to ask from you. What's your opinion on that?
Thank you very much. Very, very good question. Feel free to...
So firstly on the othering, I couldn't agree with you more. This sense that human rights is something over there. I don't know how many of you are aware of a term that you hear a lot more of, certainly in the English-speaking world, and in a pejorative sense, which is the word woke. Have you heard that word before? For those of you who might not have heard it, it's a word that, if I'm correct in this, it comes originally from African American parlance, from being awake. So if you are woke, you are awake to the realities of life in that particular context. But it is now being cast back at those of us who care about the likes of human rights to say that somehow it's illegitimate. It's not real. It doesn't reflect the realities of the real people out there, whoever the real people are. And then you have this, and then the othering gets worse, because not only is there finger pointing at internal or external enemies or challenges, and we'll have examples in all of our countries, as unfortunately this is a universal challenge, is it not? But you then have the othering of institutions. So this goes back to the point of now actually, for the first time, living with challenge to international human rights institutions. And sometimes when I'm forced to, because I don't do it voluntarily, but there are certain newspapers I could point to who will literally report on the European Court of Human Rights and other institutions as a sort of foreign
illegitimate institution, and that somehow what it is that they are doing, using this terminology, woke being an example of that, to kind of delegitimize it. Now, we have to understand that for what it is. That is part of a strategy to undermine those institutions, to undermine those standards, and to resile from them, i.e. to get out of institutions, to walk back from international agreements, to walk back from human rights agreements and so on. And we need to call it out for what it is. So that's one part of the equation, but the much better side of the equation, seems to me, and this goes back to the education point, is we all need to understand that this is about us. And it doesn't matter if we're, you know, what gender we are, what age we are, what sexuality we are, whatever it is, whatever our characteristics are. We are all human. So our rights matter to all of us, and we should care about one another's as well. So how do we mainstream all of that? And the empathy point, let's go back to the empathy for a second. We just need to hear more from people who are at the front line of having their rights challenged. And so just one little best practice idea. So I have the good fortune to be Scotland's Minister for Constitution. Great, independence. External affairs, getting on with the world. That's a good thing. And culture. And we've just finished the Edinburgh Festivals, the biggest art festivals in the world. And they started with 15,000 free tickets for people to go and see a major event and a further event that involved the Ukrainian Freedom Orchestra, which was bringing together the best exile musicians from Ukraine and also musicians from Ukraine itself. And there wasn't a free seat in the house. And standing ovation and standing ovation, standing ovation. Empathy is still there. So when you hear from people who are affected, you cannot be anything other than impacted, and we just need to remind ourselves constantly to do that.
Mr. O'Flaherty, and then the last question very quickly, because we are reaching the end.
Sure. Let me just follow on what Angus just said about the Edinburgh Festival, and just recall you, we don't have time to discuss it, that another critical partner for promoting human rights is the world of culture. They're way more effective often than we are in conveying a message, in triggering empathy, in bringing about the change. But now I want to come back to the point there. I'll get straight to the point, as far as I see it. We will only succeed in helping people understand that human rights is about us when we get serious about socioeconomic justice. Socioeconomic justice is a matter of human rights. Human rights is about a job, healthcare, education, paying for the heating bill this winter. And only when we get serious about that and call it the business of human rights will people finally understand it's about all of us. And last thing, be careful with this word othering, because human rights is also about the other. Human rights is about the forgotten people on the corner of our societies. We've got to find a future where human rights is about all of us, but the primary beneficiaries, the primary targets are the Roma, are the travellers, are the migrants locked up, the homeless guy I mentioned sleeping on the street. Never forget them. It's about us, but it's also about these people who often don't have the agency and the voice to speak up for themselves.
But I also think that there is like an unpopular opinion, which is that like as white people who are coming from like privileged part of the world, who are coming from middle class or higher middle class, sometimes we will be doing this. Like I think that not a single person of us can not make someone else other, because we don't know enough about other continents, because we are blind sometimes, because it is just easier to be blind, and because we are focusing on our world. And I think that the only way how we can overcome this is that we admit our positions, that we always speak about our privileged positions in this world, not forget about other continents, and always think about inequalities and about human rights through economic perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. Two last questions collected.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. Just going back to the beginning, when the representative, the panelist from the Council of Europe was talking about the importance of the human rights system, more needed than ever. I'm just wondering what's going to happen, or what's happening with the Russian people. now that Russia has officially been expelled and pulled out itself, from the Council of Europe, all the Russians are not protected anymore by the human rights system. So what can we do?
Thank you for the question. Let's take also the other one and try to merge the answer.
Thank you very much. I'm Eva Tomic from Foreign Ministry of Slovenia, and I'm sorry I missed part of the discussion. But I really wanted to come in the discussion, and based on the last question, we in Slovenia have seen in the past 2 years how quickly your human rights can get trumped upon, your right to free information. And what was for me the most shocking was this, if I may borrow this phrase, unbearable lightness of how fast this was happening and how things can start unraveling in the whole culture of fear. And when I think of human rights, I more and more think of exactly what Mr. O'Flaherty has pointed out, of the social importance of thinking of human rights in the terms of social inclusion terms. And there is a direct correlation between social inclusion of the so-called the other and democracy that we observe after peace processes. Why do so many peace processes unravel and erupt back into conflict state? Because an effort is not made on social inclusion. And just, I really have to state this, but in Slovenia, the turnover started with the inclusion, fantastic inclusion of civil society people. This is my one occasion to thank from my heart, with the water referendum. And this was amazing. It can be done. And then, of course, with the elections. But if you don't have social inclusion, including civil society organization, your nexus to democracy is going to be short-lived. And maybe this is something that the Council of Europe can also develop further. I just think it's very important. Sorry for being long.
Do we have an answer? And we really have to conclude. Thank you.
About the Russian Federation, you know that the Russian Federation is not a member of the Council of Europe anymore, but there are things I have to check. I don't want to give you wrong information, but what I know is that individual applications can still be made to the court until a certain time, which is, I think, September. And the court will have to decide how they are going to cope with the cases. I know that they haven't decided yet, but as I say, I don't want to say anything wrong because I am not on, but they will have to decide whether they will continue to examine the cases, even though there is no respondent government. This decision will be taken by the court. But the Russians who live in the other member states, they can still make an application to the court. I mean, the convention applies to those who reside also in other member states. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. In respect of the next panel, we have to conclude now. It was a pleasure, and I think that many valuable thoughts and discussion was held here today. Thank you, and looking forward. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can start. Thank you for coming to this almost last panel discussion at this year's Bled Strategic Forum. The Balkans and the EU integration of the Western Balkans, the European future of the Western Balkans was mentioned already at the very opening of this forum, and then throughout of the forum, the importance of integrating the region, of fostering the process, the reform process of these countries, and kind of completing the European unification, especially in these difficult times when it's extremely important that Europe unites when it comes to security, but other very difficult issues. And all this is not imaginable without cooperating and integrating a region which is in the middle of the EU, as it was also stated many times. There are no doubts and no questions whether it is necessary. However, there are many, many open issues around why is it not happening fast enough? Why is it not happening in a way as it was imagined, or as it was designed, or as it is expected by many? And which are the opportunities to move this process maybe in a different direction, or to reinvigorate simply the process in some way. This topic is on the agenda of the Bled Strategic Forum over and over again. So not much new can be said if we stick to the very same narrative. We have today very distinguished panelists again who accepted the invitation to come and to discuss this topic. My expectation is that we come up maybe with some new idea or with some new definitions, or to spark some kind of a new thinking which can lead us and you into a possible new exciting direction. On the other hand, we also have a kind of a mission impossible. This is how I call these kinds of panels, where there are 50 minutes for 8 panelists who all have a lot to say, and we also want to open the floor and to involve you in the discussion. So we have a great challenge, but it can also be very exciting. And it can be also very dynamic if we all stick to the idea to be short and crisp, and it counts on us, but also on you. So you have to be disciplined and very crisp and short and focused if you want to ask questions or have some short comments. I would not like to take any more time. First, maybe to introduce myself. I'm Hedvig Morvai. I'm coming from the Erste Foundation from Vienna, but actually my background is in the Western Balkans and in regional cooperation and the EU integration for many, many years, as I was heading organizations dealing with these issues. And then, shortly to introduce our panelists. I will then go in order how they are seated. Mr. Gabriel Escobar, the Deputy Assistant Secretary from the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs, U.S. Department of State. Mr. Christian Schmidt, High Representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ms. Donika Gervala-Schwarz, Second Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora of Kosovo. Ms. Bisera Turkovic, Deputy Chairperson of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Bujar Osmani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of North Macedonia. Mr. Ranko Krivokapic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro. Mr. Miroslav Lajčák, EU Special Representative for the Belgrade-Pristina Dialogue and other Western Balkan regional issues. And Mr. Zoran Nečev, Head of Center for EU Integration of the Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis, Skopje. The title of this panel is EU and the Western Balkans, Who is Prepared? So, who is prepared? And I would add to this, for what?
I would like to start this discussion with short statements reflecting on this question. Mr. Escobar.
Well, thank you very much. And I will try to be brief. But look, in my year of doing this work, I've frequently talked about the economic opportunities of the Western Balkans and the need to integrate them more quickly into the European Union. I have to change that assessment a little bit. There are still tremendous opportunities in the Western Balkans, but we know that we're heading into an economic crisis. So there are three real lessons to be learned here. One is there is no alternative to European integration. That means that we have to focus really on the enlargement process. I'm very gratified to hear that all of the leaders here have reiterated that message. Now the question is, how do we operationalize it? So I think that there's a little bit of work to be done on the European side to simplify the process, but there's an awful lot of work to be done on the ground by governments who need to do their own part. And there are a lot of governments in the region who have failed to do their own part. And no more significant than in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where I'm afraid that the three main parties have really failed this process. The second is that we are heading into an economic crisis. And the answer to this crisis is more economic integration in the region. So from our perspective, we support every initiative that is European focused and open to all. And that includes the open Balkans. So for many people, that is controversial. But as long as it is still focused on Berlin principles, we have no problem with it. And lastly, that all of the flashpoints in the last year have really had a lot to do with the treatment and the status of minorities in the region, whether it is Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina or Serbs in northern Kosovo. We have to create a new compact where minorities feel represented, where they feel valued, and where they feel integrated. That is a task not just for the governments on the ground, but for civil society, for political parties, and for the international community. And quite honestly, I think the success of our work with Kosovo and Serbia alongside my colleague and friend Miroslav Lajčák shows two things. That from Dayton until last Saturday, that all the successes in the Western Balkans have come through US and EU unity. And that is my most important message today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you very much. A good opportunity just to show that there is an international consent about the situation. I would agree that first, this question you posed goes to all, not only to the Western Balkans or to other parts as well, to the European Union as a whole. If I remember the Brdo summit last year here in Slovenia, there we had to work, not we, but those who are decisive had to work to get the Western Balkans requirement for access to European Union in the paper. This shows that we have to do a lot of work as well among us ourselves. What has changed since Brdo and today is now the Western Balkans are a geostrategical in a situation of conflict where you have to make the mind up, and the mind of Europeans should be and is. This is a genuine part of Europe, and we should do organizationally the utmost to bring them into the framework of integration. The second, indeed, the view of just this old game, blame game, talking about the other and saying you are responsible that we could not go ahead. There I would like to get a change and see a change of culture, political culture. This is work not to be done only with legislative acts. Sometimes there has to be some intervention, but it has to come out of the people. So looking on, you referred to data, and indeed this is, has been the key of ceasefire, peacemaking today. Do we need Dayton 2? No. We need the people in Bosnia-Herzegovina, like in other countries of the Western Balkans, taking the floor themselves and deciding what they should do. And I would a little bit distinct between the political parties of those having the power and those who are wishing to come closer to the European Union. We need the help, not the help. The people need our help, but the people are decisive. And I think we have to look on this very, very consequent. It is not healthy that after one generation, after the conflict in the Western Balkans, we are just sitting here and seeing some work undone. Has to become part of European integration, and more international community has to understand that we are here only to support this part of Europe and not to manage this part of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gebala-Schwarz.
So for us in the Balkans, the main question is that is the European Union, are the member states of the European Union prepared to really fight for European values? Because as you are watching us, at the same time, we are watching you as well. We are watching how united or not the European Union is, what is holding the European Union together, which are the principles and values for whom the European Union members are ready to fight, and which is the battle that we need to manage all together. So this is the main question, and in this context we need to see the enlargement and the Balkan policy of the European Union, and in this context our appeal would be that we do not see the European Union as a technical or geographical union. The European Union should be a union of values, of common values, where we all together decide to accept as our own values. What do I mean? I'm talking about rule of law, I'm talking about transparency, I'm talking about democracy, I'm talking about human rights, minority rights, and all these initial things that has led leaders in the past come together and form the European Union. So in my eyes, to fight for European unions mean not just to say at the surface and lip service, but it means to look deeper. And it means at the same time not to say all sides are all the same in the Balkans, because there are some countries who are better prepared and some others who are not yet prepared at all to enter this value community as we consider the European Union, because it should be clear for everybody that European Union is not about euros. It's about values, and that's what we want to become part of the European Union, and not because of the euros that we also need to finance our infrastructure and our educational system and other things, but it's in first place about European values, and there we are a good competitor, because we think that in the Western Balkans you can find countries who really identify themselves with the real values of the European Union and European values, so that this political organization can open the doors for those countries who really know only merit-based. We are not asking for privileges, we are not asking for shortcuts, but we are asking, value us with the values you have adopted for yourself, and allow us to become member of this union at the moment when we adopt for ourselves the same values. And it's not only economics, it's not only surface, but when we go deeper, and we should be brave enough to discuss about the problems as well. We should not have the tendency to say all are the same, even those who still accept, support Russia's policy, Russia's war in Ukraine, but we should look deeper and should decide, yes, some are prepared, others not, but at the same time we should work with those who are not prepared yet so that we keep them on our side and not let lose any of the countries of the Western Balkans. So appeasing autocrats, the Russian experience has shown that, has never been a good way to fight for values, and there's where the Western Balkan feels ready to enter the European Union at the moment when you are ready to fight for values, for your own and our values, and to go this way together.
Thank you, Ms. Turkovic. So we don't ask for shortcuts. The region, the countries of the region has to transform for their own sake, but if we look from this helicopter view on the whole region and we ask the question, are we ready? Is the region ready? Or is the EU ready for entering a new momentum? Because there is a new momentum, whether we like it or not. Are we ready? Are they ready? Who are we? Who are they?
If I may start with one proverb in Bosnian, very famous one. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to interpret it, but it says, if you want to do something, if you really want, then answer is, on question how we are going to do it, answer is, it's very easy. Kako ćemo, lako ćemo, for those who understand the language. If you do not want, then of course, you'll set preconditions and conditions and not fulfillment. It can be 14 or 4 or 444. It depends how long you want some country to keep waiting in a line. So I think it is partially answer to your question. It depends on us, on all of us. I think the situation, if you observe Bosnia and Herzegovina, is actually not complicated. It's quite simple, very simple. In 2000, so means 22 years ago, I was Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina for European integration. It shows how much we were interested to become part of European Union. Still we are, but with many doubts which are present today. Why it is the case? Thessaloniki was offering a great hope for us. In 2008, survey shows that 78% of population of Bosnia and Herzegovina was for inclusion into European Union. We follow that wish, and in 2015, Stabilization and Association Agreement has been signed. In 2016, we lodged request for membership. So where we are today, seems not many time pass, but situation today is much worse than it was in 2000 or 2015. Why? Because I think we did not, or others did not act fast enough. They were thinking and rethinking what position they are going to take. So today, for last 8 months, we had blockage of the state institutions, which are, thanks God, starting to work now, but we'll see for how long. Beside that, there are pro-Russian influence, which is threatening to undermine a hard-won achievements, and Bosnia and Herzegovina was going through that, really fighting to become functional state. As a result, we did not get candidate status. It has been said we did not fulfill preconditions, 14 of them. Possible, but question arise, did Ukraine or Moldova fulfill? I think they are much further than we are. So I think it is really not just approach to the matter. Nobody even tried to explain in details what's going on. To mention only some additional problems. Election law is highly disputed in the country. The judgment of Court for Human Rights in many cases, Albanian, Gypsy, Roma cases, and so on, they are far from being fulfilled. Functionality of federation is under question. Our neighbors are openly interfering in domestic politics, in electoral law. Where all that leads us? What precedents are we setting for other countries? They'll say, we want all three constituent nations to be equal. Fine. But what with the rest of us? My mother is Croat. My father is Bosniak. Who am I? I'm forced to be either Bosniak or being Croat to be elected. Is it fair? Can't I be Bosnian and Herzegovinian? Just citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina. What about my friends Jews? What about my friends Gypsies, Sinti, Roma? All of them are discriminated. Is it fair? Is it EU standard? And we are going to be punished because we are not embracing something what we think that it is not contributing towards advancement of the country. I know it's not easy, but we have to find solutions. And solutions are there. They exist. And let me go to future. I think that dark clouds filled with uncertainty are above Western Balkans. Political, but also related to energy production, to consumption, to scarcity of food. Electricity is going to be 4 times more expensive, as it has been announced. Inflation rate of 8.9 is recorded in the euro area. It is huge. Our chances of Bosnia and Herzegovina to get a candidate status seems to be very slim. We are sliding backwards. And mind you, there are progressive forces who are fighting for Bosnia and Herzegovina. But there are also strong opponents towards those who see the future of Bosnia and Herzegovina in Euro-Atlantic integration. So the question is, how long progressive forces will be able to resist to aggressive attempts to destroy multi-ethnic nature and character of Bosnia and Herzegovina? And to go towards the end, people are getting really tired. They are becoming desperate. They do not see future. They're thinking about moving from the country. And there are those who do not care what is going to happen in the future. So, question which ultimately comes is EU genuinely willing to help the Western Balkans, to help Bosnia and Herzegovina, to become part of EU family, or we are just part of containment policy game, just to preserve peace, and nothing much, and from time to time, to give financial support. I'm sorry, but it is picture how we see it from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It only shows that asking a simple question means getting many diverse, very complicated answers and opening many, many complex issues. Nothing is going to be simpler if I turn to you, I fear. However, there are positive developments when it comes to Northern Macedonia, even though it's not an easy road to go, and it was not the green light for opening negotiations went not really as it was expected years ago. So, Mr. Osmani, what would be your answer on the question, are we ready, and who should be ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me first thank and congratulate our hosts, Minister Fajon and Secretary General Gurk, for excellent organization of this forum. And I must say that Bled Strategic Forum has been an inspiration and served as a model for our Prespa Forum for Dialogue, which also aims to promote the culture of dialogue, but further south to Bled. I must say also that this is the first panel in the last decade, in the last 2 decades, and here I will disagree with you that nothing new will be said today. The first panel where a representative from North Macedonia will have to change its narrative. In the last 17 years, actually we calculated 6,361 days being stuck in the twilight zone of the candidacy status, we had been arguing why we should start the accession talks. And these had been quite reasonable arguments. North Macedonia, the exemplary candidate. North Macedonia, a unique, functional, multi-ethnic democracy. North Macedonia, cradle of the culture of compromise. North Macedonia, the litmus test for the credibility of EU. And today, I must say that I am privileged, I'm happy that I'm representing a country that finally is negotiating with EU. And I must say that credibility has been preserved in the last moment of the EU in the region. Certainly not everyone in North Macedonia or beyond North Macedonia agrees with it. They say that we had to pay a high price for the start of the accession talks. But as I said recently, time will show that this decision was the right one to do. It was a far-sighted, strategic, and once again showed that North Macedonia shows continuous allegiance to dialogue, to the culture of compromise, to the strategic decision-making and regional responsibility, and this is important, regional responsibility in dire geopolitical context. So this maybe can answer your question, who is prepared? If culture of compromise is the main quality that our member states should have in EU in order for EU to progress, to move forward, to be efficient, then North Macedonia can organize courses for the culture of compromise. So we are prepared for this. Let me just explain some of the aspects of this treaty or this agreement with Bulgaria, because I know there are so many misunderstandings about it. We preserved the key national elements in this agreement, or 3 of them, I would say, that were important to us. 1, Macedonian language became part of the negotiating framework without any qualifications, additions, asterisks, or footnotes, even though Bulgaria resisted to the last moment. And it's on the way to becoming an official language of the European Union. Second, historic interpretation. We kept them out of the roadmaps and benchmarks for progressing in the negotiating process. Also, I know that there are some misunderstanding about how far the historic interpretation have entered or how much the process has been bilateralized. And third, North Macedonia got unconditioned first IGC for the start of the screening process. The 3 key elements for us, what Bulgaria got conditioned second IGC before opening the first cluster with the changes of the constitution of North Macedonia and introduction of the Bulgarian minority, Croatian minority and Montenegrin minority in the preamble of our constitution. And also they got an action plan for minority rights in one of the roadmaps. So it was certainly asymmetrical solution, but that maintained and preserved the key national interest of North Macedonia. And let me make one more remark as well. If we go to who is prepared based on the criteria for membership, there was a recent comparative and cumulative analysis of the European Commission on the preparedness of the 6 Western Balkan countries. I'm proud to say that in 5 of the 6 clusters, North Macedonia is either heading or sharing the first place with Serbia and Montenegro, who have been negotiating with the EU for more than 10 years. And this is the result of the long waiting to start the accession talks. We did not waste this time, but rather prepared our country, and we think that with this trigger of starting the accession talks, North Macedonia will move fast forward in the process. Is EU ready to accept new member states? I don't think so, just as we, the Western Balkans 6, are not ready to join tomorrow, but we can do this process together, parallelly, while we complete our preparedness. Also, EU deepens itself, and we meet at some point, and there is no alternative to meeting together at some point due to the geopolitical developments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing out some of these illogical facts around the enlargement process, because it also highlights part of the problem. Why is it taking so long? And it's another addition to this very complex story when we think that we are discussing here today a kind of a unified approach towards a region, which is designed in a way for this region, but we have to recognize that there are many, many differences, even though there are also similarities which are keeping this region together on this path. Mr. Krivopkapic, Montenegro as a front runner, is it still so? What do you expect to happen next?
Many processes of enlargements are doing against it. Many processes of enlargement. In the shadow of the Ukrainian war, I have the other question. How many processes of enlargements we have in the region? Not only EU process of enlargement. The other process of enlargement. And luckily the process of enlargement of EU is stronger and getting stronger than any time before, what is encouraging us. What is a very good sign and vital power of EU. I strongly believe that EU is more capable today than 6 months ago. To understand the region, to be more focused on the region, and to achieve results like Miro, with the support of Gabe, has done recently. But we have few processes of enlargement, and probably more than few. I'll try to explain. My colleague from Bosnia, she reminded me on one book, Dream About Yugoslavia of Michael Martens, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung writer from the Balkans. And our common writer, Yugoslav writer, but national ownership for few nations. Born in Bosnia, Croats in the roots, wrote in the Serbia, and we have just Yugoslav ownership on him. And when he was diplomat, not he was writer. He was diplomat in the League of the Nations in Geneva before the Second World War. And he wrote, like writer, Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, they are more effective, they are more directive than democratic systems. They are hesitating, and they are indecisive. Mutatis mutandis, decades after that, we have the same dilemmas and the same issue. The other enlargements are more directive, more aggressive, more focused. We saw that in Ukraine. And now we can feel that on the Balkans. And that's my answer, where is Montenegro now like leader in EU integrations? Now, the other enlargements are more focused on Montenegro, to stop us. To stop us in EU integrations. And like NATO country. The other enlargements are more effective than democracy, more concrete than criteria and values. No, in values, material values, they are more concrete. And that's a challenge for all of us. I'm not pessimist, I just would like to see diagnosis where we are now and underestimate the other possible enlargement. The next level of enlargement in the region, when you have the war in Europe, is the grey state projects. They're always thinking about enlargements. To raise the borders, to change the borders, to finish accomplished mission of history, and dreaming the new enlargements. And we have those three levels of enlargement. European enlargement, positive, future, invincible. Our third powers focus on us to use us like knife in the stomach in underbelly of NATO and EU, using simple tools like all the time. And third line of enlargement, always in the shadow of the wars, you can get the smaller world. We saw it on Cyprus once, what's happened. After changing of the power in Greece. And with all my long-lasting anti-war activities, I can easier feel the war than the others.
Thank you. I believe it's also a good introduction to Mr. Lajcak, if you finished, so we can have another short round. Do you see these multiple processes going on in the region? How do you see it?
Yes, I do see numerous processes going on, and especially always those who have a plan, they know what to do, and they are usually more successful. But let me start by answering the question, which is the leading question of this panel, and since I represent the European Union, I think I can say on behalf of the European Union, and I'm happy that I'm able to say that the European Union is ready. Is ready for the Balkans, is ready for the enlargement. It's definitely more ready than 5 years ago, 10 years ago, probably more than ever since 2004. This relationship between the EU and Western Balkans in the last 18 years could be defined in few words: big band party, celebration, hangover, sobering out, fatigue, ignorance, awakening, and new commitment. And this is where we are. We realize that we cannot continue pretending that we want the new members, and we cannot continue pretending that we believe, and our partners from the region are telling us that they are serious about reforms. And the war, the Russian aggression against Ukraine made it even more obvious that enlargement is a political process and not a technical exercise. And I'm glad that the European Union regained its geopolitical vision and strategic leadership for the first time since 2004 by granting candidate status to Ukraine, Moldova, and conditionally to Georgia. They are less ready, but they are committed. They are committed like this region was committed 15 years ago. Right now it looks like the region is more complaining about everything but themselves, believing that inertia will get them there, geopolitics will get them there, but not their own hard work and reforms. We have a momentum, and in June, European Union wanted to show that it's not only about the East, that we are equally committed to the Balkans. We could not identify one country in the region that would deserve to be promoted. And we will have another opportunity in December. And the good thing for the region is that you know exactly what is expected. You don't have to ask, you know exactly what is expected from you. Albania, North Macedonia use the opening, and of course North Macedonia needs our help to overcome the very last hurdle. After so many years, I do believe that this constitutional changes is the very last hurdle. We need to see significant progress on Kosovo-Serbia normalization dialogue. We started speaking about future finally on the 18th of August, and we will continue. So not only fixing the daily problems, but really shaping the new architecture. Bosnia and Herzegovina, everybody is waiting to see how the elections will be conducted, when the institutions will be formed, how, and obviously on progress on at least some of the 14 key priorities. And for Montenegro, we all hope that you will finally find the compass that you lost exactly 2 years ago, because you have been moving in circles for the last 2 years. So the momentum is there. The momentum will not last forever. If we miss it, don't blame the European Union. We can blame ourselves, but let's make sure it will not happen.
Thank you. Zoran, you were also part of drafting a paper which was trying to define 6 fixes for the Western Balkans, 6 in this new situation. So what's your view?
Yeah, thank you. First, to thank the organizers for inviting a member of the civil society on this panel, and on the other, my colleague will speak on the other one among all the officials. That's the first thing. When I see the title, EU and the Western Balkans, who is prepared? My first question came about what? Being prepared about enlargement, I guess. That would be the logical explanation. But either of the sides, EU and the Western Balkans, are really prepared for what's after. Do we really know what will happen? The last panel finished with, how do you see the European Union in 10 years? And they were represented from the French, German, and Polish government, and you can see the differences in the outlook. So can either of the sides be prepared without a clear strategic outlook? So, and if so, are these strategic outlooks from the region and from the EU the same, or they collide? Are we talking about a Western Balkan which looks at Russia, it doesn't implement or align with EU foreign policies, or we are looking at the Balkans which is fully integrated in EU and Euro-Atlantic structure? Do we look at EU at 33, incorporating all 6 countries from the Western Balkans, or we are looking at EU at 36? And based on that, how the EU prepared itself to accept these members. We have heard a lot of talks about the capacity to integrate new member states. It's one of the initial criteria, but it's also a question about, do we really want to see the real thing? EU was at 28, UK was inside, having a lot of positions and elements within the European Union. Integrating the 6 would not even be seen as a hurdle. With one caveat there, if the procedures within the European Union does not change. Because what we have seen all these years, and it's not only Thessaloniki, obviously the Bosnian representative was a minister back then, that was in Zagreb that the first promise was made. That was 2000. 22 years, if we haven't adapted and modified the approach and really give a promise and something that the EU have practiced previously with setting up certain tentative deadlines in which they need to integrate, then it will be even more difficult because people don't believe. The people and the politicians, and that's why they act like irresponsibly like this, they have lost the trust and the confidence. Once you lost them, it will be rather difficult to regain and then to actually implement what is needed by those politicians to be implemented. Because if they don't believe or they are pressured to believe in the story, it will be rather difficult. And then the second element is the public opinion, which is increasingly Eurosceptic in all of the countries, regardless of the latest decision by the EU.
Thank you very much. My short message to the organizers, due to the fact that we started late, we will obviously also continue a bit beyond the time, even though we will finish because the next panel will have to start at some point. And we do want to open the floors for some questions, but before that, I would like to have a quick round with just short yes or no answers. Mr. Lajčák said that there was a strategic awakening, geopolitical kind of awakening of Europe. You said that there is a new momentum, there is a window of opportunity. So my question is for all of you, and just yes or no, do we need a new strategy, a new EU strategy for the Balkans? Yes or no?
Sorry. No.
No.
I think we need to double down on the processes that are working, that are proving to work.
Thank you.
No, but we need to implement the strategy we have talked about and decided about.
Okay.
No, but we need European Union and the region who are ready to build this, to implement this strategy together instead of telling parallelly each other which would be the best case.
Before anything else, we need clear procedure as a part of this strategy, which is not applied how it would be necessary and needed.
Okay.
In 2018, EU proposed a strategy for enlargement, and Vision 2025 was the date for the first membership. I think we should pursue this path of clear commitments.
Okay.
No. Enough short.
Thank you.
We don't need a new strategy, but we might be innovative in implementing the strategy, and, for example, the staged accession could be one of the answers.
Complete question to answer yes and no. No as a strategy, but let's not forget that the enlargement is not an end goal. It's just a tool that needs to be used. We will need a strategy for the European Union, I would say.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the opportunity to you. Is there anyone who has a short question or intervention? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, Charles Grant from the Centre for European Reform in London. President Macron and yesterday here Laurence Boone are talking about a European political community, not as an alternative to enlargement, but as something complementary to it. Do the various governments represented on the panel think this is a good idea, something that would bind them closer to the EU in the interim until they become proper members? And secondly, could Miroslav Lajčák say a little bit more about this progressive membership you hinted at a moment ago? How can you be a quarter member, then a two-thirds member gradually? How could you explain how that would work in practice?
We will collect a few questions. Is there anyone else? Yes?
Hello, I'm Saša Nožić-Serini from Slovenia NGO Network. My question is about, it's more the comment about Bosnia. It's working?
Yes.
Okay. I will talk about brain drain, which is actually very severe, especially in the Bosnia. So the IQ is actually decline. It's a worst process ever. And another is that Bosnia is actually ethnocracy. It's not democracy by the constitution. So it's got to change its constitution to become democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, then we go back to the panel because Mr. Lajčák, you received direct questions. Maybe we start with you.
Yes, I really believe that this is a new approach that can make the process more attractive, to make it very simple. Right now, all the benefits and all the money come with the membership. Now, this progressive integration or the staged accession process means that the countries will progressively be more and more involved in the work of different bodies, will be sitting at the table, will receive more money depending on their progress on reforms. They will not be invited as guests, which is the case right now, but will get used to being part of the working bodies without having the right to vote or the right to veto. And it will also help the members to get used to their presence as the future members. So I think it has all the qualities to make the process, to feel the positive impact of reforms way before the full membership.
Thank you. Who would like to answer the question? Yes, Bosnia definitely, but there was also another question from the gentleman.
Just to introduce the foreign minister and her long experience, long-standing, we will not be able just to have not looking on, let me say, cultural, ethnic differences. But we have definitely to change some approaches in the Dayton Constitution. By the way, I cannot do this because my mandate is to look on Dayton, but the Annex 4 has a lot of shortfalls which had not been possibly seen 30 years ago or 27 years ago, but now we have to understand that's not only to add others, as they are called, but to get a better organizational structure, less checks and balances, less opportunity just to misuse those checks and balances, and to have a strong contribution of the people itself in defining their rights. Basically, Annex 4 I think is a good way to go, but it's not the end. So, thank you, Madam Djokovic.
Thank you very much. First, my respect goes to High Representative because he's trying utmost to make Bosnia and Herzegovina as functional state. And I would strongly disagree with all who do not think the same way because I know how it is to go through Bosnian politics. I would fully agree with you. We are dealing with ethnocracy rather than democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Unfortunately, or fortunately, in preamble of Bosnian constitution, respect for human rights is older than constitution. It has more importance, and constitution should follow that. It is fully agreed with everybody. However, we have judgment of the European Court of Human Rights in the cases of Sejdic and Vinci, Roma and Jew, Zornic, others, Pilav, Bosniak, Pudaric, Serb, and Šlaka, Albanian, in which discrimination in democratic processes was fully confirmed. I must add, not a single Croat has a judgment of the European Court of Human Rights in which discrimination in the electoral process was confirmed. Therefore, I think what is needed is implementation of these judgments should be priority because it is an established violation of human rights, means established violation of Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina and preamble of that Constitution. We want in Bosnia and Herzegovina to have a country according to European standards, not to turn back and introduce apartheid. I'm sure that such solutions, such as those offered in Bosnia and Herzegovina, would certainly not be proposed and imposed in many countries of those who are supporting that decision. Fulfilling the wishes of one political party cannot be a priority in any country. It cannot be a priority in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The priority must be implementation of the relevant judgments of the European Court of Human Rights and the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If no one else has an urgent question, we are really running out of time, and I would like to give the opportunity for each of you to say a final sentence or two, what you consider important as kind of sending out as a message from this panel, dealing with the Balkans. It's a precious opportunity that we gathered here, that we had the opportunity again to explain some of the difficulties and to try to figure out what could be the way forward. So I would like to ask all of you to have a very short final word on what do you think should come next, should be done next in order to move the region forward on its European path in this new momentum.
Well, I just want to say one thing. I really appreciate your question. And it is true that Bosnia and Herzegovina has the worst immigration of any country, by far. 1.5% of its population leaving every year. And this is a lesson for the Western Balkans. They're not leaving because they don't want to live in a multi-ethnic state. They're leaving because of the corruption. And I have to say that many of the parties that are in power today around the region participate in that corruption. And when I say that parties have their part to play, mostly it's against fighting corruption. Because other than that, it becomes ethnic competition for corruption. And I think that's what we're seeing in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That is the worst case scenario. We have some good examples of ethnic cooperation and reconciliation in the region. And I'd like to build on those. But what we don't need is we don't need a two-speed Balkans with the NATO members going much faster and the rest going much slower. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt?
Looking on the figures, we see that all 6 Western Balkan countries are focusing on their trade with the European Union. This is the main exchange. So, but in the second, it's the regional exchange. So go ahead as well with some structures which are on the table to give more opportunity to have less obstacles in between, and adding to the very clear and supported position about corruption. I would say, isn't it in your constitution that there's a possibility and right for pursuit of happiness? Shouldn't we think a little bit about beyond all complaining about the situation, that we could manage with beyond everything after 25 years, we could keep peace. And the younger generation is committed towards Europe, so let us try to deliver some ideas of happiness and the possibility to stay in this region, which is a wonderful region. And sometimes we're talking too much about our complaints. Technically, we know everything, or think we know everything, but we do not say, look, stay here, give your contribution, and this will make you happy.
Thank you. We have 3 more minutes, and we will do some zigzags so not to leave the civil society to the end all the time. Zoran?
First, this whole geopolitical moment freaks me out, because sometimes because of this geopolitical rush, some additional problems are being made in the Balkans. So we have to be very, very, very precise and very cautious on the steps that we take in this rush. So still, this is a process, that the whole enlargement process is envisaged as a process of democratic transformation of the society. Let's not forget that in all this geopolitical rush. And my final comment is that when I mentioned the strategy that EU needs a new strategy for itself, that especially when it comes to the enlargement, after hearing Macron's speech and yesterday's Scholz speech, a focus should be placed on introducing qualified majority voting in the enlargement process, because without that, there will be always one at the table of the 27 that will complain, or its national frustrations will be put on one of the candidate countries.
Thank you. Mr. Lajčák?
I'll be geopolitical. The Russia's aggression against Ukraine has changed everything and has ended the world order that was created after the end of the Cold War. The war will be over one day, but there is no going back. We don't know what the new order will look like, but what is important for us, for Europe, for European Union, is whether we will be one of the actors shaping this order, or in other words, whether we will be at the table or on the menu. And we don't know yet the answer, but we know one thing. If 5 years from now we are still busy fixing the Balkans, we will certainly not be a geopolitical actor. So this is also the view from Brussels. My plea to our partners from the Balkans is try to see yourself also in a geopolitical context and help us to make sure that the European Union will be one of the forces shaping the new world order.
Thank you. Mr. Krivoklepić?
I read that pursuit of happiness is a part of the Declaration of Independence. What is especially important for Montenegro, especially for Montenegro, because we regain independence, but we'll find the compass. You know, our famous quotation in Montenegro is, nation maritime. Navigare necesses, vivere non necesse. Do I have time to translate? You have to sail, but you don't need to be alive.
Thank you. Mr. Osmani?
I will shortly compliment Miroslav. I'm heading from Bled to Vienna, where tomorrow I'm presenting the priorities of the North Macedonia's OSCE chairmanship for 2023. And I don't know where I will begin, having in mind the shattered European security architecture and changed geopolitical context. But at least here and on the EU perspective, we have a consensus that EU enlargement is a security investment in Europe, and we need to fill the gaps and speed up the process.
Thank you. Ms. Kevala-Schwarz?
Yes, we should see everything now in the geopolitical context. There's where I agree with Mr. Lajčák that the Russia's war against Ukraine changed everything. And in this geopolitical context, we can say that most of the Western Balkan countries have shown great solidarity and admiration for Ukraine, and have been very fast in taking all the important steps, faster than some of the EU members who were not so fast as we was. But I need to say something about the region. So we have experienced a lot of good processes, integrational and rebuilding and reconciliation and all the things. And at the same time, we have experienced a lot of diplomats coming with an excellent aim to help in the region, coming with a plan, trying to implement that, it's sometimes not being ready to listen to the needs of the region, trying just to put that what they brought with them, not being ready to listen to neighbors who maybe know better what is happening in the region. And then they first sometimes get arrogant, and then they get frustrated, and then they complain about the region. So this is, why do I say that? Because we need to see that from both sides. We really, in this geopolitical situation, we need to decide, are we ready, are we going together this way? Are we going to save this continent from other influences, or are we just thinking about technicalities and forgetting the big picture? I think that it's final time to get the big pictures and to go for that, because others are faster than we, and others are already stopping us on our way. They are not just trying that, but they are very successful in that.
Yes. Thank you. A short final sentence.
First, let me thank to those people who are not from our region and who are spending time and trying to help us. Nobody is genius. I do believe that people who are sent to Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region trying their best, to the best of their ability and knowledge. But let's do something, not only talk. And my proposal would be, first small step, what President Pahor strongly suggested. Let's give Bosnia candidate status. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. I appreciate very much that you were cooperative and that you were all cooperating and being constructive in this experiment of making this panel last maybe not 50 minutes, a bit longer, but almost. We managed. Thank you as well for being here. I hope that we communicated some messages, what you find interesting. And there will be another discussion on the Western Balkans. I don't envy Nikola Dimitrov, who will have to maybe deal with the same topics and with the same issues, though with other panelists. So who is interested to listen a bit more about the Western Balkans, there will be another opportunity. Thank you so much for being here.
It's hot. Respect and praise. And an invitation for next. Okay. Okay. Can I? My microphone is still. Is it on? Ah. Okay. Welcome to, I believe, the last panel discussion at this year's Bled Strategic Forum. This puts all of us under some pressure to keep your attention. We will try to be on point and talk on an issue that there was a creative author behind this title, EU enlargement in the Western Balkans, an old feeling of a new beginning. It sounds somewhat philosophical. My interpretation is that we have enlargement back in the European spotlight to a large extent because of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the subsequent application of Ukraine, followed by Moldova and Georgia for candidacy of the EU. And I think this confrontational geopolitical context and these two new candidate countries inevitably make decision makers to focus on the region and to see whether we can create some movement and progress. So in that sense, this perhaps could be a new beginning. Whether it's going to be the old feeling, we will see. We've had several efforts to make a jumpstart of this policy that has been arguably one of the most successful policies of the Union, to expand its narrative of values in its neighborhood. Enlargement essentially is about transforming societies in line with the Copenhagen criteria, democratic and economic reforms to finally have proper, functional, vibrant European democracies with developed economies governed by the rule of law. Our region has been promised membership as back as Zagreb 2000 and Thessaloniki 2003. The last country that joined is neighboring Croatia, that negotiated for 68 months. And since then, we don't have much to show in terms of progress. We have Montenegro negotiating for 121 months, closing 3 chapters. And we have Serbia negotiating for 102 months, closing 2 chapters. Several countries just started accession talks, like Albania, and North Macedonia half started the accession talks because, unlike all the others, we need 2 IGCs to actually open the process. The first took place in July. The second is contingent upon constitutional amendments and a number of bilateral steps that we need to do under this bilateral protocol with Bulgaria. So the big question, and our goal today, is to talk openly, hopefully come up with some ideas how to do this better. The process works if it's merit-based, so that you reward those that perform, name and shame or sanction those that go backwards, backsliding, and the ultimate reward, which must be realistic and tangible, is the promise of membership. This is the basic idea of the enlargement towards the region. Now, merit is not quite there because of various reasons, in part because Some member states use the process to pursue their national, sometimes nationalistic goals. So you have individual vetoes on various issues, not always related to the Copenhagen criteria. And then because of political considerations, it is not easy for member states or EU institutions to actually say, this is backsliding, and you have to correct this because of relationship or other issues, bigger issues, etc. So the European Commission's own assessment, and a few years ago they made them, you can track progress and you can even quantify and then compare how countries are doing, puts both North Macedonia and Albania, in terms of how ready they are to join, on par with Montenegro and Serbia. In some areas, like the fundamentals cluster, sometimes even doing better than these countries that are in the process for years. What does this tell us about the process, if it's about transformation? And whether the perspective of membership, if we put this perspective of membership in the perspective of the region, where countries has been in the waiting room, I know one very well, for 17 years as a candidate country, is this membership realistic? Can you see it? And is it present in the calculus of the minds of the leaders? So, and I'm bringing this to a close so that not to monopolize the panel, because I have extremely distinguished and experienced and relevant panelists today for you. Some years ago, French President Macron talked about the need to settle the house, the big, beautiful European house, first, before we invite new tenants. Yesterday, or the day before, I'm mixing days, Chancellor Scholz said that enlargement is about stability and security, that it's a must, but that it will require a reform of the EU decision-making in terms of the consensus, move towards qualified majority voting, and he talked also about number of commissioners and some reforms in the European Parliament. So I think we have to open these questions realistically, talk about them openly. If, and I actually believe it is legitimate, to be concerned whether the EU is efficient, even on the continent, let alone at the global stage, if it struggles to make decisions, be it on sanctions, on foreign policy issues, on values such as human rights or rule of law, etc. So it is a legitimate question in the mind of leaders whether the EU will be even less functional if we have more members. So our goal, at least my goal, is to open up these issues and see whether we can come up with some solutions how to make this a more realistic and honest process that will really motivate reformers and result in progress of the democracies and the economies in the region. So with this, I'm pleased to introduce my friend, and I think known to all of you probably, Alexander Adam from the Élysée, Europe advisor in the private office of the President of the French Republic. And maybe if I can dare to invite you to speak on these issues. Is really membership on the table for the 6 countries in the Western Balkans? And maybe some ideas how to make this process, maybe introduce more timely incentives, in addition to this final one, the membership, and some ideas how to make it a transformational process, because I think we are in this together. We are all Europeans. It's good for the EU and it's good for the citizens of the Western Balkans for this process to be successful. For us to be more like the country that we aspire to. The vibrant, successful democracies and economies governed by the rule of law on the continent. So, please, Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicolas, and thanks again to the Bled Strategic Forum for this invitation. And usually, when you invite a French representative to a debate on enlargement, you expect him to be the bad cop, but I won't be that one today, so you would be disappointed. On the contrary, I must say that if I would have been told some years ago that the French presidency would be the one when we would grant candidate status to Ukraine, Moldova, European perspective to Georgia, and after the work that we have been done between Bulgaria and North Macedonia and the Czech presidency finished the job, that we could convene IGCs for North Macedonia and Albania, I would not have believed it, but I find it a success and I think a signal that we're still moving. But for sure, this is not enough. For sure, this is not enough, and we can just not, celebrate this as a and shift to some other issue. As you said, enlargement to the Western Balkans now is again on the top of the leaders' agenda. The European Council, or I should say the summit before the European Council of June, was of course perhaps a bit of a disappointment to some extent, but nevertheless, this will be on the agenda of the leaders for the next European Council, and I'm sure in October, December, and we will continue to do so. In that respect, the methodology is a key issue, and to answer your question, is really membership on the table? I'm really convinced that it is, because the geopolitical context, no need to say, has radically changed. But we have to reconcile, but you mentioned it, this very difficult issue, which is how to reconcile a process which is merit-based, based on conditions, and at the same time keeping the flame of the EU perspective alive, of course for leaders, experts, etc., but also for the citizens of the region. And what we witnessed, and you reminded us how long the process has been for those countries during the last years. The mere light of the Treaty of Accession at the end of the tunnel for sure today is not enough. That is very clear. And I would add two remarks. When we proposed, but I must say with inspiration from think tanks from the Western Balkans, late 2019, it was the new methodology which was then proposed by the Commission. There was the idea of incentives, also of reversibility, and really accompanying the candidate states much more. And this is something really I want to stress today, because others will speak, I think, much better than I do about the different models of stage accession. But we need to have more technical assistance, I'm sure, in the Western Balkans. We need to have more financial investment. In our proposal back in 2019, we had proposed that the candidate countries progressively benefit from the structural funds. That they do not get, a big amount of money the day they're in, but progressively, according to their progress, a share of the structural funds, because one of the objectives of the accession process is also to have the socio-economic convergence with the member states. But we are quite witnessing the opposite right now. The third point is we also have to do our homework, and really speaking about France as well here, when talking to our public opinions and explaining what enlargement is about. And we have seen, and there are, surveys about this, that explaining that in the current geopolitical context, with the war in Ukraine, having Ukraine, Moldova, and the Western Balkans in the EU is key for the stability of the European continent. And when you use the geopolitical argument, this works with our fellow citizens, and so we have this kind of responsibility. And sorry, my last remark would be, my president said something some years ago, so I'm supposed to say the exact same thing, but time has passed. I'm not sure that there is a contradiction in this binary question as old as the European construction between deepening of the EU and enlargement. I'm not sure that there's a contradiction and that the two can be dealt with in parallel, and even more that our feeling, this is also what the German Chancellor said yesterday, there's a need for a reform of the institutions. But precisely, I mean, because we need more democratic process, more efficiency in the decision making, but we will have to do it before the accession of new members, and therefore the reform becomes an opportunity. It's because we will have and we will accept new members that we will have, I think, the political impetus to do such reforms, and which will take time, but which can really be done in parallel with the enlargement process.
If I may, a very brief sub-question on the relationship and how do you see it between the idea for the European political community and enlargement,
Sure.
as brief as possible.
As brief as I was too, that means I was too long, sorry. No, sure. I mean, usually since May, each time a French representative takes the floor about the EPC, he repeats 3 or 4 times that this is not a substitute to enlargement. So I will say it again. But one of the core ideas, and that's something I mentioned in the panel previously, one of the core ideas, well, first, it's not about just the EU and candidate countries being around the same table. I mean, this is a wider forum where we want to associate the UK, Norway, Iceland, etc., to have strategic discussion on common challenges. But it was also about what's the nature of the relationship between the EU and candidate countries, because usually my experience from EU Western Balkans Summit is that it's a lot about enlargement, and it's a lot about, on the EU side, repeating the promise of the European perspective, and on the Western Balkan side, repeating the frustration. And in the end, we don't have, in those kind, which nevertheless are useful, but I think the proper setting to have discussion on the same footing. It's not a kind of asymmetrical relationship or like a tutor, or it's really on the same footing that each of the members on the same footing can have their say in what they think are the challenges for the continent. And so the relationship to enlargement, not a substitute, but what we have really to work on, and that's why this discussion also is important, is whether the EPC can also politically help in driving the different steps of a gradual accession. I mean, giving the political impetus in that framework. But this is really an open question.
Thank you so much. We will move to Civil Society Belgrade, or the think tank head of Belgrade, to Milena Lazarevic, Program Director and co-founder of the European Policy Center, who, for those who follow the enlargement debate, is very much in the spotlight with the idea of staged accession. And I will briefly ask 2 questions. One is this dichotomy, deepening reforms on the EU side first and then enlargement. I think there are some ideas there that make sense in terms of not only reconciling the concepts, but even reinforcing both the reforms and the expansion. And second, because of the length of the process, we talked about the months. And the fact that now we have a process that front loads obligations and that keeps the incentives towards the end, does it make sense to depart from this binary approach into a more gradual, where there will be more timely incentives for those who do their homework?
Thank you, Nicola. And I will start from the second question, if you don't mind, because this is precisely the origin of the very idea of staged accession, and it was actually in the origin of our earlier work back in 2018, from which also some of the French proposals back in the day borrowed. And the idea was exactly to depart from this dichotomy, all out, all in approach, and to try to make the process more gradual and ensure that we front load some of the benefits that normally would belong to membership stages, to front load them as early as possible in order to incentivize political commitment to reforms, which sometimes are quite difficult. And as you mentioned in your introduction, often because of the length of the process, for the time horizon of a politician in the region, and because of the short electoral cycles in the region, the EU integration process somehow loses its relevance. So the idea was precisely to make the EU integration relevant again politically and to incentivize those reforms, but at the same time to win back the hearts of the people in the region by bringing the benefits, tangible benefits, helping closing the socioeconomic gap with the EU. And this is where the ideas for the pre-accession stages that we organized the proposal in come from. The two pre-accession stages actually are built around bundles of benefits, which we believe could make this difference in unlocking the political will, which seems to be lacking, frozen, or lost somewhere in the region. Whereas in the second part of the process, which we have envisaged, we are actually proposing that also the region shows some political maturity and gives something as a concession in a way to the EU member states, understanding that the EU is also in the process of internal reforms and saying, okay, we don't want to wait in front of the door of the house until you put it in order. We want to be part of that process. We want to participate in the process. But because we understand that you have two key problems with the internal functioning of the EU, one related to excessive use of unanimity voting, the other one related to the inefficiency and ineffectiveness of the Article 7 procedures to keep member states in check on rule of law and democracy, we propose to make some temporary derogations of membership rights and benefits and post-accession monitoring period, which would basically ensure that the EU can use this period of our membership, the first years of our membership, to put its house in order.
Thank you so much for that and for being so brief and yet comprehensive. So, as a moderator in charge of time management, special gratitude. Now to the Deputy Managing Director at the European External Action Service and another good friend, Marko Makovec. Maybe as an opener for you, because, I mean, you're in charge of many things, but also common CFCP, common foreign and security policy. In times of war on the continent, and all important sanctions against the aggressor and helping the victim, this consolidation of all of us in Europe, this is in the spotlight. And alignment is encouraged and of course expected from the 6 countries in the Western Balkans, where not all of us are doing great on an issue that is so drastically important. Now, there is a relationship between, first of all, how involved the countries are in your decision making. And I recall that High Representative Borrell actually invited the foreign ministers of the countries in the region to discuss the situation in Ukraine in May if I'm not mistaken. So can we hope to see more of this? Because if you expect alignment, it's wise to involve and discuss and engage with the countries in the region. And second, I think the more realistic the accession process is, the more political pressure there will be for all to really fully align. Thanks. You have the floor.
Pozdravljeni. First of all, thank you for organizers for the invitation. Let me start by reminding us all about a very important commitment that has been taken some 20 kilometers away from here on the 6th of October last year, when heads of states of governments of EU27 plus the 6 Western Balkans decided to work on the security and defense issues as partners, not as demandeur, provider, but as partners. Of course, 24th of February happened. It was a game changer. Suddenly we have a really blatant violation of international law. We have a war of attrition happening in Ukraine. And this is significantly has changed the whole geopolitical picture and structure. But we don't have only a military conflict. We also have a conflict or confrontation of two main state concepts. Democracy against authoritarian regime. And this is something that is extremely important. This is also why we ask for our partners from the region to align with, first of all, the restrictions and sanctions that we have introduced in order to stop the military aggression in Ukraine, but also to prove that the strategic decision that the Western Balkans countries have taken is still there. And they have taken the decision to become members of the EU. And this is something that it's still on the table. I would like to confirm it. It is still something that we absolutely are committed to. Now, that is also why we highly value all that align 100% with the common security and foreign policy. But we also expect the others to follow. I believe that this alignment transcends the framework of the accession negotiations. It goes further because it speaks about the strategic choice of what kind of system and what kind of principles and values the countries would like to embrace or follow. Now, it might sound a little bit autocratic, but this is exactly the transformation of the society and systems that the enlargement should bring. And this is exactly the reason why the enlargement is still considered as one of the most successful policies of the EU. It's not so black and white. The fact is that all Western Balkans countries aligned with all UN General Assembly resolutions, voted with the EU and the partners in the Council of Human Rights. The fact is that in order to really grant the full membership, some member states expect more commitment. And as for what we are doing is we are engaging more with the Western Balkans countries in order to build resilience, in order to build capacities to react on new threats, especially cyber and hybrid and disinformation, which are present. We have clear cases in your countries. It's something that is not anymore a theory, it's something that is happening real time, and this is also why the HRVP mobilized 5 million for a rapidly reaction mechanism to build capacities for counter the cyber attacks, to build capacities to counter false narratives and media manipulation. This war in Ukraine, it's not only about military, it's very much about disinformation and military and media manipulation. We had recently in Kosovo this one of the many examples of this media campaign, and it is something that we are now very much working on in order to provide much more to the Western Balkans countries. We do include all Western Balkans in all our policies as regards food safety and energy. So one of the most important EU policies to mitigate the negative impact of the war on the energy sector, which is the joint purchases of hydrogen, LNG and gas, is equally spread on and equally includes also the Western Balkans countries. We will not let you down on this. And there is another thing, the invitation to the Western Balkans ministers at the Foreign Affairs Council is also showing that how we see the Western Balkans countries. Look, immediately after the war, we first invited Blinken. It was necessary because of the transatlantic links, relations. After that, it was the foreign minister of UK and Canada, Norway, Iceland, and then comes the Western Balkans. These are the 10 strategic partners of the European Union. These are the closest allies. I'll stop here with a moment.
It was a very good line to stop. Closest allies and the best strategic friends. And it's a good company to be with Canada, UK, and Norway. The European integration of the region is an obvious vision for permanent stability in the region that is part of the continent. It brings all countries to work together. It makes border less important, not more important. And it makes them, the idea is to make them better democracies where justice prevails and politicians are not untouchable. So my question to you, Special Envoy to the Western Balkans, Prime Minister's Office, United Kingdom, Sir Stuart Peach, having also in mind your background in security issues and military, etc., how do you see this relationship, how important it is? Once in London, this is a teaser, I was asked by a journalist at Sky News, why do you want to join the EU when we're leaving? And I said, for those of you who have not been on the outside, it's cold. Is it cold yet in the UK or not really? Selfishly, I think the whole region really misses your role as a big friend of the region, and I think we feel it. Also in terms of the debate on enlargement, so this is payback for the teaser. Please, you have the floor.
Nicola, thank you. And thank you very much to the organisers for the invitation. And the UK is part of Europe. And I'm grateful to Marco for his words, and I agree with everything that's been said. The UK continues to support the Euro-Atlantic journey, and I think those words are important. The Euro-Atlantic journey for everybody in the region, all countries. We have never wavered from that support, and we continue to support it with at every level. I would also add, Marco called it a game changer, we must understand, I think, as this conference has made very clear, and thank you to Peter Gerck for making it so clear, that the war launched by Russia against Ukraine isn't just about the battlefield and the terrible tragedies affecting Ukraine and indeed Russian families. It is more than that. We've seen the weaponization of energy. It's not a theory. It's out there now, and it's about to get colder. We've seen the weaponization of food security and the difficulty of getting grain, a lot of which goes to places where there's already not enough food. We've seen that, and it's been really tough and difficult. We see cyber attacks. Again, this is not theory, it's reality. And in my role as the military head of NATO for 3 years, the idea that this is something we can take our time over, can I say to everyone, cyber is real, it's here, it's now, and it's urgent. And of course, the idea that this is somehow a game and it doesn't damage and it doesn't do much harm, that's just not true. The theft of medical data, the data by which logistics is managed, the way in which we keep ourselves warm through energy and power stations and so on, this is really life and death stuff. So what I'm saying is, not because of my background or my nationality, as a part of the Euro-Atlantic journey in accession and all the difficulties that are outlined, we need to be mindful of the risks that are here and now, that the Europe we have, it doesn't matter about the membership of the clubs from the UK perspective, we need to be working together as a team in Europe on all these risks. And the UK can help, will help, and we have money as well as expertise as well as our defence role. And I will mention NATO. I think it's really important that we understand the complementary nature of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, our alliance, which keeps 1 billion people safe and secure, with the European Union. Journalists in Brussels like to talk about the friction between the European Union and NATO because they're journalists. Actually, I chaired the military committee between NATO and the European Union regularly, frequently, and we came together on issues as well as by time. And that complementary nature between the two organizations has, I would argue, never been more important. So your membership of the Alliance, wherever you sit, isn't the first vaccination before you get the second one. It is part of the security and stability for the whole continent. The UK is absolutely committed to our NATO membership and their friends in the United States and Canada, who are also part of the Euro-Atlantic journey. And if I finish on values, the more I travel in the region, and I'm grateful to all the countries that invite me and I visit frequently, the more I'm convinced that we need, as you have done here, Peter, with the young leaders, we need to give more hope to the next generation, that we understand the security challenges thrown at us, and we can deal with them together. And if we don't give that hope, then the people who wish us harm will continue to push and win. Because that influence, and let me end on a sober note, that influence by Russia, and increasingly by China, is not in the interest of this conversation. So we need to push back against it and give hope to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Hope is extremely important, and I think that's why honesty about the deficiencies of the process and ideas how to fix it are really important. Our friend Manuel Sarrazin, formerly a member of the Bundestag, is today a German federal government special representative. I made this accent because I mistake sometimes representatives and envoys. A special representative for the countries of the Western Balkans, someone we all know for a long time because he also had an interest in the region as a member of the Bundestag for the German Greens. We welcome, I think, the obvious interest of the, if we can call it still, the new German government in the European integration of the region. We all expect to hear more about the restart of the Berlin process in early November, I think. So, Manuel, if I ask you behind closed doors without audience, are you hopeful about our region? Where do you see us in a few years from now? What would you tell me?
First, Nicola, I mean, you're desperately searching for a bad cop. And after the French already fall out with a real great statement, and the UK is positive, you're now asking the Germans, right? But, you know, regarding a lot of topics in European policy, you know, we're usually the bad cops, but in enlargement, we almost never have been. But I have to remember you, when the Copenhagen promise was done, it was not in the way that Helmut Kohl was really enthusiastic about it before. But anyway, I think without the strategic view of Copenhagen and this unbelievable idea to have Central Eastern Europe in the European Union, we would have seen things like in this region in the 90s, or now in our Eastern Partnership probably also much closer to your borders, on our borders, on the German borders. So my friends from France and from UK are totally right with saying enlargement is the most powerful transformation method ever has been. But of course, even the most powerful guys, when they're a bit old, they get a bit rumpy and rusty sometimes, and it's really great to have proposals how to clean them up. But there's one problem with cleaning up the house. Sometimes guests come at short notice,
And then, I mean, for example, when I didn't put the clothing for my children very well away, I know where to put it in the chamber or somewhere, just close the door, nobody recognizes. Europe does it as well. And also when my Ukrainian friends came from one day to the next to live with me the next 3.5 months, I wasn't able to clean up the house before. I'm really convinced that every deepening of the European Union, except the first idea of the EQ, was preconditioned by enlargement. If you look to the history of Europe, no deepening would have been there except the EQ without enlargement. EQ, by the way, had some reasons because of Mexican crisis, the euro later also because of some world finance misses. And this is something which I really admire to hear a similar approach from my colleague from France. We should have in mind. The second point, which is perhaps important for you to say, you know, hope. I mean, like, I asked my government to perhaps post me on this job. So if I think there was no hope or it would be senseless or make no fun, I probably stayed unemployed or tried to have another job. No, it's, I mean, if you travel to the region like Stu said, a lot of hope is done because, I mean, this is one of the most wonderful regions with brilliant societies and great people. And you belong to the European Union, it's clear where the path should go. And also I was doing a lot in Ukraine, I was traveling there a lot. I mean, we can be lucky that in this region we are much more close together. In the 90s, you know, a lot of countries which were in that moment just for a few days not anymore Soviet republics decided to as closely as possible align in whatever is possible, from children's rights to currency, with the Western model. And this strategic wisdom, I think, is something which some parts of this region will learn. But in war times, you want to be part of an alliance, not halfly, not quarterly. You want and you need to be inside. So we want to take the new government, the new chancellor, as a good precondition for reinvigorating the Berlin process in that sense. We are really convinced that we can achieve something on and on the road to 3rd November. Something which is good for the region, good for the regional cooperation, and good for enlargement itself. Something which is helping on every spot of these different angles, and also, by the way, giving perhaps a bit of new hope. New hope which is to a certain extent, of course, the old hope, but for every beginning there is some miracle in it, we say in German. Jedem Anfang wohnt ein Zauber inne. I'm not so good at translating it freely, but I think that there is. And what is clear is the German commitment is there. It's aiming on full membership on eye level. We want to have every citizen of the countries of the Western Balkans 6 as citizens of the European Union with the same rights and the same duties. And this is our aim. And our government is really convinced in doing what we can to be helpful for this. And the Berlin Process Summit should be one part playing in this task.
Thank you also for being hopeful in many ways. We need that. A sense of reality as someone coming from the region, working on this for over 25-6 years. There is apathy, and people do not really think this is actually happening. So, while we understand the issues, I think less beautiful words, you're part of the European family, and more action in terms of concrete fixes on what is not really working. Merit is extremely important. And as a country, as coming from a country that has really suffered with vetoes, that really torpedoes the merit, the supposedly merit-based idea of the process. if all of a sudden history is more important than fighting corruption, what have been done from the process? So I think to encourage pro-European reformers in the region, please stick to your principles even when it's not opportune, and help us to maintain this process, a merit-based process. I know political realities and all that, and in that sense, the idea of qualified majority voting that Chancellor Scholz spoke about actually really helps enlargement as well. In Article 49 of Lisbon, we have anonymity, but at least in the interim stages, throughout the process, perhaps we can have QMV so that we have a meaningful enlargement process. We now move to the two countries in the region represented at this panel. First to Nemanja Starovic, State Secretary of the Serbian Foreign Ministry, who is with us. What is maybe your perspective against this background so far, what we have discussed? Serbia is sometimes mentioned as a country that can do more on alignment with CFCP, especially on the restrictive measures and the sanctions. But I will not only push you on that, but also turn that around and say, if in Belgrade there was a clear belief that this process is a serious one and it leads to membership, would that make both alignment and the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue somewhat less challenging through the perspective of Serbia?
Thank you, Nicola, my dear friend, for these questions. In the beginning, I must say that although I do not have a trunk, it seems that I do represent a country that is elephant in the room, and I've heard there was a lot of talk about my country in previous 2 days, and thank you for the opportunity to finally have a say. And to try to directly answer your question, and to put it this way, maybe to turn it a little bit around. If we have been already a full member of the European Union, you wouldn't have a need to pose such kind of question. We would be already a part of the common foreign and security policy. And on top of that, if we were 6 months or 1 year before the full membership, we would already fully align. Yet, as an eternal, everlasting candidate country, just like the rest of the countries, our region, our only duty, technically speaking, is to gradually align with the common foreign and security policy, and that's exactly what we are doing. But I know that you were aiming for the issue of the sanctions against the Russian Federation, and I need to clarify a few things. And first of all, to thank Marko for acknowledging the fact that our approach from the day one of the Russian invasion, we have adopted our conclusions of the National Security Council just 1 day after the Russian invasion started. And our approach was based on common values and principles shared with the European Union. We have condemned and deplored Russian invasion on each and every occasion, in UN General Assembly, OSCE, Human Rights Council, etc. Yet what we have not done, what we are not able to do at this particular moment, is to join the sanctions regime. And why is that so? The answer is simple. Because introducing sanctions would be a devastating fact for our economy. Devastating. And that's a fact, of course. And still, as not being a member of the European Union, we are lacking political and economic safety that stems from the full membership. We're not having the same safety nets as we have seen during the COVID pandemics previously. I don't need to give you figures about the COVID relief packages that were provided for the full members of the European Union, but not to us as the candidate countries. But coming to the main topic of this panel, I just try to be very brief. The Republic of Serbia is firmly committed to joining the European Union. It has been our firm commitment for the last 22 years. Of each and every government that we have had, with more or less success, we have been advancing on that path. Of course, we have made certain mistakes. We have missed some opportunities, but now at this moment we are in a very advanced stage of membership negotiations, having opened 22 out of 35 negotiating chapters, being the first country to fully endorse the new methodology, opening 2 clusters, fully preparing 2 additional ones. Yet if you ask me this simple question that, everyone is asking us in Belgrade, when do we expect to become members of the European Union? I cannot give you an answer. Not just that, furthermore, if you ask me, are we going to become full members at all in a foreseeable future, and that, the horizon of predictions cannot exceed 10 or 15 years, I cannot give you a definitely positive answer. And of course, that is a fact, and that is something we must deal with. And when we speak about old feelings, it was not always the case. I may not be old by age, but I've been involved in politics for far too long, and I do remember the sensations and feelings we had after Thessaloniki summit. More optimistic people saying, okay, we're going to catch up with Romania and Bulgaria 2007, more pessimistic saying, it might be 2009. Then there was so much talk all across Europe about 2014 as a centenary of the beginning of the First World War and integrating the whole of the Western Balkans. Of course, nothing happened. I also remember 2018 and the proposal of the Juncker Commission with some very, very tentative dates for Montenegro and Serbia setting in 2025, and how it was torpedoed by member states at Sofia summit just a couple of months after that. And now, unfortunately, nobody is even willing to speak about the end game, about the tentative dates. The last 2 messages that we got, first one from Prime Minister Mitsotakis of Greece, saying that he's hopeful that whole of the Western Balkans may integrate into the EU by 2033. So that's 11 years from now. And the second message, given exactly in Belgrade a couple of months ago by German Chancellor Scholz, he said, believe it or not, that he's hopeful that the Western Balkans will integrate in the European Union during his lifetime. And then what happened?
During his mandate?
Lifetime. And then what happened? How bizarre. Thousands of people in Serbia started Googling what is the age of Chancellor Scholz. What is the average lifespan in Germany? Just to decipher the message. I'm not kidding you. That's what happened. I don't know.
Have you been there when he was saying?
No, it was in the...
Scholz is quite clear. He says it must be realistic in a foreseeable future that people feel it will be soon. Okay. Yeah, and I think he will be living so long, he personally thinks he will be Chancellor even so long.
I appreciate
Don't make the jokes out of it. The credibility that Scholz wants Western Balkans having a concrete perspective that people know it will be soon. This is his personal commitment. And it doesn't bring that if we promise a date, I believe that. Don't make a joke of it. Scholz really wants you to be fast on the track.
I'm sorry, it was not my intention.
I just want to defend it because it's my boss. But
just to emphasize,
thank you, Manuel.
Just to emphasize the overwhelming mood that we do have in Serbia and across the region, that is, of course, influencing the foreign policy decisions. And we are involved in this process of enlargement, and it is designed to last forever if there is no sufficient political will to pull some candidate through it. And why is that so? Because of this, involving these bilateral issues we have been talking about. There are 27 member states. Each and every member state has like 75 opportunities to stall or completely block the accession of each candidate. So multiply 75 with 27, you see 2,000 potential political obstacles in front of every candidate country. And just to, ignore that bilateral problem, just to ignore it, we have a situation that the philosophy of the enlargement process that we need to tackle it, to talk about, is that the bar is raised so high that they need us to become like Sweden before we join the European Union. And to be clear and frank, how many countries, member countries, are now like Sweden in the European Union? And also...
One, Sweden.
Yeah, of course. And, it would take us multiple decades to achieve that with this model, which really promotes divergence rather than convergence. And in the end, if we finally manage to achieve that, then we may decide to go Norway by joining the EU at all. So I think to conclude that we must listen very carefully to what Milena is saying. I think there is a great value to that. I really appreciate all the messages that we have heard from our fellow panelists from Germany, from France, from Brussels, and I think that we need to preserve that atmosphere, to keep talking that talk, but also start walking the walk. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Ms. Maggie Fino. Prime Minister Rama often uses a metaphor of a wedding with the start of the talks, the IGC, etc., essentially saying we've been waiting for the groom. For many times, the first occasion we had the music organized, the big orchestra, the food, and was there excitement in Tirana in July when this finally took place? You've been a candidate since 2014, now the journey starts, or less so? What is the public sentiment, if I may ask? And what's your perspective on what we have discussed? Do we need to work a bit on the process, on the approach to make it more meaningful, learning the lessons from the countries in the process already? Your neighbors, Montenegro and Serbia. You have the floor.
Well, firstly, let me just say, I'm sure you already know, though, that we had a big concert in Tirana after, the start of after we had the first IGC. So we already had that. There was a quite a big party for that. So the sentiment is pretty good in that sense. But I'll also bring it up because this question that you mentioned links up quite well, quite nicely with the topic as well. As you said, it's quite intriguing and very philosophical. Old feelings, new beginning. It's true in a sense that a new beginning has been needed for some time now, particularly in the aftermath of the war in Ukraine and due to Russia's efforts in undermining, as President von der Leyen mentioned yesterday, but also to undo the reforms and all the hard work that we've been putting in to be part of the EU. Ukraine, neighboring countries, but also the Western Balkans. So in that sense, yeah. But when it comes to Albania, this new beginning should have really been an old beginning because we've already worked so hard to be where we are, to have the first IGC. We already had received the green light from the EU, but as you're well aware, there was the dispute between Bulgaria and North Macedonia, and we were held hostage due to Bulgaria's veto. This was not a condition that we hadn't filled. This was not an obligation that we hadn't met to be part of the EU family that we belong to. So this was not in our hands. Now, this delay, as was also mentioned in this panel, could potentially happen again during our membership, our part of the EU path. So the question really wouldn't be, and I'll pose a question for you, Nicola, but perhaps for all of us here. The question wouldn't really be, when are we going to be an EU member state? It would perhaps be what happens to Albania and the Western Balkans during this EU enlargement process, while this process continues. What will be the feelings of the EU member states towards the Western Balkans during the accession negotiations while they take place? Will this be like the old feelings? As Prime Minister Rama also mentioned yesterday, at the height of the COVID pandemic, there wasn't really much of a focus on the Western Balkans from the EU side. So will it be those kinds of feelings, or will there be new feelings, feelings of unity, of solidarity, as we've seen recently, of coming together and the importance of dialogue and of being together in sailing over troubled waters? So a new beginning with old feelings would be much of the same. We would suggest perhaps a new beginning with new feelings in that sense, coupled with a new sense of opening up. It was mentioned also the alignment and As I said, Albania has been working hard. We've aligned since day one with the EU's common foreign policy and security. We've worked hard in maintaining and working towards the international order as an OSCE chair in 2020, and also now, from January of this year, as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. So we're ready to take on this new challenge of starting accession negotiations, and we just hope that the EU is ready with us to take this important step forward together.
We only have a few minutes left, but I have to take at least, 3 minutes. Okay. We have to include you in this discussion. Among you, we have a keynote listener, Andrzej, who is a recently appointed Slovenian special envoy on the Western Balkans. So I'm going to briefly ask you, have we missed a big topic? Or you would like to maybe ask the panel or one of the panelists something, and then at least 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and then we go back here, 1 minute, and then we are done. Is that okay? Talk quickly. Okay, Andrzej.
Okay, thank you very much.
So you essentially have less than a minute, I think.
That's impossible. But okay, and anyway. Yes, you were great, and again, thank you all for coming to Bled. And this was indeed an excellent debate. I was listening to both Western Balkan panels, and saw how all the issues related to or in and around Western Balkans are difficult but always interesting. Now, I will just mention a couple of points that I noticed in both panels. First of all, the growing skepticism about or around enlargement. Yes, there are sometimes good reasons for it, but it was also quite often pointed out that there is no alternative to enlargement in the region. And we heard quite clearly that the membership is indeed on the table. Now, due to all the difficulties like geopolitical circumstances, internal situations in the countries, lack of reforms, bilateral issues and so on, we are sometimes pessimistic. But I would like to end on a more optimistic note. Let's say that every pessimist is always positively surprised, and this is a good part of pessimism. And another note that I would also like to mention is that there was indeed also progress in the region. One of the things that we mentioned or heard several times was that Albania and North Macedonia have opened negotiations with the EU. And this is crucial. This is even existential, I would say. So maybe the deal with Bulgaria was hard. It was definitely asymmetric, but it is, and it offers a way forward. And this is also a way how we should look at it. There's also a growing feeling, at least in the last couple of days, that there is some progress seen in the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. And this is also extremely important. In BIH, and this is probably my last point, yes, we must do everything, they must do everything from their side to earn the candidate status. But also we, and we heard that several times at the Bled Strategic Forum, must take this difficult political decision and grant them this status. So thank you again, and
good luck in your endeavors.
You took my words. I wanted to say this to all the panelists. Thank you.
Do we have a question? Okay. In that case, thank you so much. Please go ahead. Yes.
I deserve it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I will not take a lot of your time, but I just want to say, I don't know who from you was at the Night Owl session yesterday, but those who were there might remember that Slavoj Žižek spoke about situations where we all speak about, you know, the time is now and we all know what to do and it's 5 minutes to 12 and it's time to act, and then we all go back home and do nothing. Let's make sure that we don't become part of next story of Slavoj Žižek. Thanks.
Samuel Žbogar, the State Secretary at the Slovenian Foreign Ministry, has an important closing announcement. Okay.
No, thank you very much. It's my role to close the Bled Strategic Forum edition 2022. I think you would agree this was the best ever, the most successful ever Bled Strategic Forum that we've had. We've seen growing it over the 17 years, and I cannot even imagine what's going to be next. So I take this opportunity really to thank Peter. Peter,
Bravo,
please.
Peter.
I can tell you it's such a pleasure looking at a guy who enjoys his work so much. Sorry? Yes, yes. No, I think it's been great. It's been almost 2,000 participants, 150, 160 panelists, 25 panels. I mean, it's been great. You've had a lot of discussions. I'm sure you exchange a lot of views. You maybe change some of the views, or you learned something. You got some ideas. Definitely had a lot of bilateral meetings, which is also one of the ideas of the Bled Strategic Forum. So with this, I just want to close. I think the title was perfect for this year, the rule of law, or the law of the rule. I think pretty much it's becoming clear what it should be, not necessarily we're there yet. But we're looking forward for next year. So announcement is next year, 28, 29 August. We have 2023, we have the next edition, and you're all welcome to this beautiful Bled that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And I'm closing the Bled Strategic Forum.